What's up, Notjust developers? Welcome back to another tutorial. Today is a special one because today we're going to build a fully functional Audible clone. This tutorial is going to be an end-to-end beginner-friendly tutorial that is going to help you build a real Audible clone. And not only that, but it's going to focus on helping you understand the fundamentals of building mobile applications with a focus on audio experiences. So after building this app, you can apply the same knowledge to any kind of audio apps, like a music player, like a podcasting application, and so on. So this is going to be really helpful if you're learning mobile development, if you're learning React Native, or if you want to build your own applications. In this tutorial, we're going to focus on a couple of important screens and important features. Here, I'm talking about the book library, where we're going to be able to view the list of different books that we have in our library. We're going to focus on the audio player with a focus on working with audio, playing audio, pausing it, moving around like an audio track, handling different states of an audio, downloading it locally so you can consume it later as well. We're going to also build a floating player, which is something that you see in a lot of audio applications like Audible or like Spotify and so on. We're going to have authentication screens because this is going to be both front-end and back-end. And in terms of a tech stack, we're going to use React Native and Expo. We're going to use Expo Router for the navigation. We're going to use NativeWind, which is basically Tailwind CSS for React Native, to style our components. We're going to use Expo Audio, a very new library to work with audio in React Native. We're going to use Clerk for authentication. We're going to use Supabase for the storage and the database. And we're going to use query for as a caching library and as a fetching library to get the data about the books, about the library, and so on. So as you can see, you're going to master and get experience with a very modern stack that is being used out there in a lot of popular applications, in a lot of big companies as well. So this is the tutorial that you need to master all of these topics. This video is sponsored by Clerk, so thank you very much, Clerk, for making this video possible. And if you don't know about Clerk, this is the best way to implement authentication and user management in your application. Clerk is focusing on this. That's why they are going deep into all the features that you need when it comes to a powerful authentication system, so that you don't have to spend time implementing and writing the code for this. You just integrate with Clerk and you have all of these features out of the box. We're going to use Clerk later in the video, so you're going to see the power of it. And now, once again, thank you, Clerk, for making this video possible. And let's go ahead and get started. All right, so before we get started, make sure to go ahead and get the step-by-step guide where you're going to find more information and the steps that we are going to take in this tutorial. I also had like snippets there that you're going to need. So go ahead at assets.notjust.dev/audible, or you can find it in the description of the video. So just scroll down and you're going to see here the step-by-step guide link. Let me also put it in the chat. And after going here, leave your name and email, and you're going to receive the link to the public guide where we're going to have all the links, all the resources. I'm also going to leave the source code later here, so you're going to have access to check the source code if you encounter some issues. I highly encourage you to go ahead and follow the build together with me and write the code together. But if you have issues, you're going to have a source code here later. And without further ado, I think it's time to get started and write some code. Let's go ahead and do that by initializing a new Expo application using the Create Expo app. Let's go ahead and open a terminal. I'm going to zoom in here. I'm going to navigate to my projects, YouTube. Let's go ahead in this one. Navigate to a folder where you keep your projects, and here, let's go ahead and initialize our Expo project using npx create expo app. That's the only thing that you need and to set up a new project. I will add at latest to take the latest version of Create Expo application. I'll also use a template because by default, Expo will initialize with some pre-built screens, and I don't want you to be confused about everything. I'd rather help you set up everything so you understand it step by step, like why we need all of these pieces, and we're going to do that together. So let's go ahead and do dash template blank TypeScript and give it a name, Audible clone. I wanted to say that the Create Expo application, because we are using npx, you do not have to have it installed. All you need is node.js, which comes with npm, and this npx is an executable that is going to check if you already have the tool Create Expo Stack. It will use it from the local cache. If not, it's going to ask you to download. So if it's the first time, it's going to ask you a question where you have to press yes, and it's going to simply download. That's why you do not need to have anything installed other than Node.js and npm. Now that our project has been set up and initialized, we see here your project is ready. We can go ahead and I'm going to do ls, and you're going to see there is the Audible clone here. So what I'm going to do is we have to open it in our editor of choice. That can be either Visual Studio Code, and you would open it with code if you have that shortcut, or simply open the Visual Studio Code and do open folder. In my case, I'm going to open it with Cursor, which is an AI powered editor, very similar to Visual Studio Code. As you can see, like the interface is similar to Visual Studio Code because it's a fork of Visual Studio Code. So anyway, like the experience of the editor, like it depends on your choice. So go ahead and use the editor of your choice. Here we're going to see the app.tsx, which is the entry file, the first file that our application is going to render. And let's go ahead and run this project to see what we have at the moment. For that, I'm going to open a terminal from the top, new terminal, or with a shortcut, and I'm going to run npm start. This npm start, in fact, is going to run npx expo start, and npx expo start will start the Metro bundler, the piece of code, the server, that is going to bundle our JavaScript and send it to our device. There are a couple of ways to run this application on a device. The easiest way, without anything else, without you having to install anything else, would be to download the Expo Go application, either on Android or on iOS. It's available on the stores, on Google Play Store and App Store. And after downloading, you just scan this QR code, and you're going to have application running on your physical device. If, however, you have a simulator or emulator for Android or iOS, in that case, you can press A or I, and it's going to run here on your simulator or emulator. That's what I'm going to do because I want you to also see it here. And just before, and we see already our application running. We see the text open up app.tsx. And if I do some changes here, like hello world, and save, it's going to change it automatically. And you should have the same experience even if you're using a physical device. Here in this terminal, even if we close it, it's running in the background. So you can open back up with the shortcut, Control and the tick below escape. And here is where you're going to see like logs, or where you're going to be able to interact with your Metro server. For example, by pressing C, you're going to clear up the logs, and I'm going to show you more tools here. But C is to bring back this menu, and here you're also going to see different keys that you can press to interact with the server. Perfect. Now that we have our application up and running, our next step in the guide is going to be to install and set up. I don't know who is calling me. Hopefully it's not an urgency. Hello everyone who is watching it live. Hopefully like my audio is good, everything is good. I just went right into it. Hello Tardine, hello Daniel, hello Peter, Vivek, HA developer, how are you guys? Perfect. So as I was saying, usually the way we style a React Native by default is using JavaScript objects, as you can see here. There is also this style sheet that's nothing more than combining these JavaScript objects here and structuring them, but this is basically how we normally style it. Well, even though it looks like CSS in terms of the names, this is completely different than CSS and how CSS work. This is a normal JavaScript object. Well, if you're coming from web, maybe this is going to be a part where you're going to have to learn, or it's going to be a bit confusing, or initially it's going to be, what is this objects? That's why I think the best way would be to go ahead and install and set up NativeWind so that we can use class names to style our components. So NativeWind, let's go ahead and open it here, is basically bringing Tailwind CSS to React Native. And if you don't know about Tailwind CSS basically allows us, is a collection of pre-built classes that we can apply to components to style it. So instead of writing CSS, we write classes that have been built ahead of time, right in our code, and this way we apply styles. With NativeWind, we're going to be able to use these Tailwind classes in React Native. For that, first we are going to go to the installation guide. The installation is a little bit tedious because we are going to touch a couple of things. But after we install it, or if you started with a template that has NativeWind set up, it's going to be easier for you because using it, it's just a matter of sending some class names similar to how we are using Tailwind. Let's go ahead in the documentation. Let's go ahead and select installation guide, Expo SDK 50. And you can start with this command to create from scratch using create expo stack, which is a different tool compared to create expo app. But I'm going to show you how you can manually install NativeWind because maybe you will want to install it and set up in a pre-existing project, not for something starting from scratch. So let's go ahead, scroll down, go ahead. The first step is to install these dependencies. I'm going to copy this command back in my my editor. I'm going to press on the plus sign to open a new terminal without stopping the server. I'm going to install NativeWind, Tailwind CSS, React Native Reanimated, and safe area context. We see that it has been installed. Everything looks good. Let's go ahead and set up the Tailwind CSS. For that, I'm going to run npx tailwind css init. And if I do that, it's going to initialize a new file here called tailwind config. This tailwind config, we have to do some changes here to configure our application. First, we need in the content to specify which files might use Tailwind, might use these NativeWind classes. So what we can do, let me copy this content from here. And it says that the full, any file with an extension gs, jsx, ts, tsx from the app directory can use that. In fact, I would rather have a source directory, and in the source directory, we're going to have like app, components, and other directory. So I'm going to change here from app to source, which means that any file with these extensions from the source directory will be taken into consideration for Tailwind when bundling the classes. But app.tsx at the moment is not in the source, so I'm going to also add it manually here as .app.tsx. This is temporary, you can remove it later, but just for us to be able to use now in app.tsx. If I go back, there is also this preset we have to apply, and I'm going to add it after the content. Preset, NativeWind preset. That's it here. We need now to create a file global CSS and copy this import. The file is going to be at the root of our project called global.css. And here we're simply importing Tailwind components. Having this global CSS, we're going to import it later when in our project. But first we need to configure to change the configuration of two files, Babel config and metro config. This is a little bit more technical, so just try to follow it step by step, even if you do not, you don't have to go into the details of understanding all of these configuration files. If we go back, we see that in fact we do not have a Babel in the metro config, because by default, Expo is going to use a predefined, like a base configuration for that if we do not have a file. We can either create it manually, but a better approach would be to tell Expo to generate the default ones here. And to do that, we can run npx expo configure, or no, npx expo. How do you do that? Oh my god, I forgot. npx expo config. No. npx expo configure. No. Configure metro. Customize. Yeah. So we need to do npx expo customize, enter, and here is going to show a list of files that we can customize. With the space, we select which one. So let's select Babel config, go down and select metro config as well. And after that, press enter. Now we're going to have these files here. So first, let's open Babel config and check in the documentations of NativeWind here. What do we need to change there? So what we need is presets. So let's copy these presets from here. It's going to be easier to replace it here with these presets. That should be it. Double check like the brackets and the names if you're writing it manually, if you are having some issues. Then in the metro config, we're going to have to import this with NativeWind. So let's go into the metro config, import with NativeWind. And here at the end where we do module.exports, let's copy the whole line. And instead of exporting the config, we're going to delete it and paste this one, which exports the same config, but it wraps inside with NativeWind and references the global.css, which is basically our Tailwind classes. Perfect. Hold with me for a second. Now we are almost at the end. Let's go ahead and to import our CSS file inside our app.tsx. At the top, we need to do import global CSS. Later, we're going to change where we do that, but for now in app.tsx, that's good. You can do that here right now. For example, in app.json, under the web bundler, select metro. That usually should be the default one, but let's go ahead and do app.json under web, let's say bundler metro. And that should be it. We can test it out, but I will also show you a simple step to enable TypeScript support. So let's go to the TypeScript guide, because it's as simple as creating this file with this name, this specific name, NativeWind-env notjust.d.ts, and here adding this /line from the documentation. And now our NativeWind classes are going to be TypeScript as well. And what that means is now if I go to app.tsx, I can send here a class name to this hello world and say, hey, I want this text to be 2XL, to be large, and I want the text to be red 500. If everything is working, we're going to see the differences there. Let's go ahead and reload. I don't think it's going to work like that because we have to stop the server and do npm start -- clear to clear the metro bundler because we've done changes to metro config. And now if I do reload by pressing R here or by double pressing when I'm highlighting the iPhone, we should see the styles applied. So now for this container, I can remove the JavaScript styles and I can style it with class names, such as the background slate 950 and flex 1 and items center and justify center. As you can see, that's how easy it is to use it. And if you have experience with Tailwind, I think this is going to make a lot of sense. If you don't have experience with Tailwind, maybe at the beginning it's going to be harder for you to know what class names to use. That's why always have that tailwindcss.com website and use this quick search. The quick search will help you understand what classes are available. For example, if you need to add some font weight, let's say to make it bold, look at the font weight, search it, and here you're going to see, hey, there is a font bold. If I go ahead and apply it to the hello world, you're going to see that it changes right away. Or you're going to search at the top margin. You're going to see that that is probably with M. You're going to read more like what actual styles it applies. Yeah, here M8 is going to add margin of size 8. Not of 8 pixels, but the 8th size of that margin. While I'm still here, I'll highly encourage for you to install the extension called Tailwind Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So after you install this library, you're going to have these autocomplete features that you saw here. So I don't have to remember everything. I just have to remember like how this class name starts. For example, BG and a color. I know that it's going to apply a color. For example, BG red. And here I see a list of different colors that I can apply. Red 800. And I don't have to remember all of this. Or yeah, M and then values. We're gonna have a list of values. This is important because we don't have every number of the margins. And for example, we have margin 40, but we do not have margin 41. So with having this IntelliSense is going to be easy. I'm going to say 40, and I'm going to see that, hey, there is 44, maybe, or 48. So this is another benefit. Anyway, this is our, let's do slate and gray 100. Hello world from NativeWind. This is our NativeWind configuration. Hopefully you managed to follow along and you have it working as well. If not, double check the repository that is also going to be available in the guide that you can access following the link. I'm going to put it here under the source code, and I'm going to comment, I'm going to commit often so you can look at different points in this tutorial to check what changes I have done. So I'm going to do git add, git commit -m configure or NativeWind installation. And later I'm going to push it as well. Perfect. Let me see. Hello, how are you doing, guys? I'm going to do a poll if you prefer NativeWind or normal like style sheet. Hello, Manfred. How are you doing? Okay, now that we have NativeWind set up, I think we can go ahead and start working on our user interface using NativeWind. We are going to start from the home screen, which will render a list of books. First of all, go ahead and press on this triangle in the guide, and here I provided you with some data that we can use in the next step. Let's copy this data and let's add it inside the source. Let's add it as dummy books.ts. I'm going to paste this data here, and it's basically an array with different objects that represents books. A book has a title, it has an author, and it has two URLs. One of them is for the audio, one of them is for the image, for the thumbnail. Let's go ahead and import it in our app.tsx. So let's do import books from source dummy books. I'm going to remove this style sheet. And what I'm going to do is, let's take the first book, import book equal, not import. Let's do const book equal books at position 0. Basically, we are taking the first object here. Let's see how we can render the title on the screen instead of this text that we see here. To do that, we are going to use the curly brackets to access a dynamic variable. The dynamic variable is going to come from the book.title. And if I do that, I should see the Great Gatsby here as the title of a book. If I add another text below, that is going to say, let me just have the styles here, with, again, brackets as book.author, that should have the author beneath. I will add it a class name with a text gray, maybe text gray 300, and that is going to be like a grayish text below the name. Perfect. What do I want to do? I think I will add them inside a view, inside a container, and work with this view. So I'm going to put the text inside this view, and I will add a comment here, book row. Just by adding them in this row, it put them in from the same beginning. And I'm going to remove from the parent I think the item center, because I don't want to center the items on the screen. I want them to stretch from left to right. At the top, this one, I'm going to add a P4, which stands for padding, just to have some spacings around. Perfect. Now, if I want to render the image of the book, I can do that by importing from React Native a component image and rendering here inside our view. The image is a self-closing tag because all we have to do is give it a source with an object saying URI. This URI is going to come from book.thumbnail URL, and we might expect to see the image, but we do not, because by default, if we do not give any sizes, width and height, the image is not going to, it's going to be loaded, but it's going to be not visible. So let's give it a class name here and say that with W, we're going to set the width to something like, I'm going to select something like, I don't know, 24, and you can do H24 as well. If you do that, right away we see the image there. Instead of doing H24, you can also do aspect square, and this is going to set the height equal to the width. So if you come back here and change it to 20, you only have to change it once, and it's going to keep it as a square. You can also add rounded corners to that book. Maybe 20 is actually too much. 16, do we have a 16? Yeah, maybe 16. Yeah, I think that's good. Now, if you want to put the text and the image in the same row, to do that, I'm going to go to the parent view here and give it a class name saying flex row. If I do that, it's going to put it in the same row, but we wanted the book author and book title to be as one common column. For that, we simply have to wrap another view around these texts to basically group them together in one common column. Now we have the image and the centerpiece. And this centerpiece, we can, if we want to add some spacings around, I recommend managing it with a gap at the parent property, and a gap 2 is going to add some spacings between the child elements like this. So that's how we get this one. And if you add to this view as well, like a gap 2, it's going to add some space between the title and the author. I think there might be some more information, but that's good. Finally, I want to add at the end of the row an icon, something like, I don't know, download or play or something like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use an import and design. How is it called? And design from Expo. Oh boy, I forgot. Expo vector icons. Yeah. Expo/vector icons. So vector icons is a library with a lot of icons. You can check and look for Expo vector icons. There is not the documentation, but this icons.expo.fye. There is a list of icons which you can search, for example, home, and it's going to show you different font families. I'm going to use an end design, and I'm going to render it here at the end as end design name play. This is the name of an icon. Maybe play circle. Oh, yeah, that's going to add that one. The size, and instead of white, we can do Gainsborough. This is a light gray, like almost white, but it's not fully white. And that's good. But we want this end design icon to be at the end of the row. We can achieve that using multiple ways, but how I'm going to do it is I'm going to say that the middle row, the middle column with the title and the author should take all the available space and only leave enough space for the image and the icon around it. I'm going to do that by saying flex1 on this middle view, and it's going to push basically the icon to the end. If you want the icon to be in the center of a row, at the row level here, I'm going to say either item center, we'll put them on the same horizontal row. I think now that looks like a very good component that will render one book in this list. What do we do next is, let's go ahead and create a custom component out of it. To create a custom component, if you're new to React Native, a custom component is basically a simple function, and let's call it book list item, because this is an item that will render a book. And this function should return some GSX. The GSX is the syntax that we wrote so far, and I'm going to copy this view that represents one book row, and I'm going to say that this book list item is going to return this code. Now that we have this function, which name starts with a capital letter and returns some JSX, we have created a custom component that we can go in our application and render it as we rendered our items like this book list item. And if I do it twice, you're going to see that it renders twice. I'm going to quickly show you how we can work with props as well. And props is a way to send different data, because at the moment this book list item renders the same information. If we wanted to render different data, we can send it through props. Here, for example, hey, render the first book, books at position 0, and the second one, the book that you will render should be books at position 1. So basically, to the same property, we sent different data. And if we go at the book list item, we can receive that book here through properties. Now, if we access it, book.thumbnail, it's going to come from here, no longer from the above, which I can actually remove not to get confused. So as we can see, it actually renders two different books. And that's how we can go ahead and render even more, like render the second book. Perfect. This is a property, and that's how we send data there. Let's go ahead and extract. A rule of thumb is to have one component per file, and now we actually have the app component and the book list item. Let's go ahead in the source and create a new folder called components. In the components, we're going to create a file for this book list item. We're going to call it similar name, book list item.tsx. TS because it's a TypeScript, X, it's a norm indicating that this file contains JSX syntax. Let's go ahead, and what I do is I copy the function and all the imports. I will move them to the book list item, and usually I will come back and my editor will tell me like which imports are not used here. For example, the books are not used here, the status bar is not used here, and actually the global CSS is also not needed here. One last thing is to make sure to add export default in front of our function, because without exporting, we're not going to be able to use this to import this component. But now that we added export default, we can go back in app.tsx. We can remove this function from here, this component from here, and we can import book list item from source components book list item. And that, just like that, we have created a proper custom component in a separate file. As you can see, TypeScript is complaining here because we didn't specify what is the type of this book. What is the type of a properties, basically? What properties can a book list item receive? To do that, we simply define here a type book or book list item props. And this is where we specify what kind of properties should this component receive. Well, one of them is called book. And the type of that book is, well, it's a little bit more complicated because it's an object and it has titles and so on. In fact, it's going to be like a very reusable book later. And what I can do is, for a second, I can even type it as any, or you can practice creating it here at the top, book equal, and it's going to be an object with the ID as a string, with title as a string, with offer as a string, and so on. Audio URL string, thumbnail string. And now we can use this type book with capital B to say that this book of properties is of this shape, this type. Now the last thing is, after we destructure this book from the properties, we can say that these properties are actually book list items. And if I hover over this book, or if I hover over the thumbnail, it knows that it's a string. And if I do some mistakes here, it's going to say there is no property with that name. Now we also have typed our component, and it also adds a benefit of when we use it here, because we see that it has a problem that thumbnail URL can be undefined. That means that in our data, the thumbnail URL can be undefined. So back in our book list item, I'm going to say that thumbnail URL. I'm going to add a question mark here, saying that in some cases, thumbnail is going to actually be undefined. We go back to app.tsx. Now everything is good. It follows the TypeScript. From here, I will just simply remove what I'm no longer using. And I can go ahead and do a git add, git commit, book list item. And without actually stopping, you can take it easier, pause the video, look back, and see what you try to understand, like how everything is connected, and maybe play around with things. But I'm going to move a little bit faster because I have so much planned and prepared for you. And I want to make sure that I manage to deliver everything in this video. So everything that I promised we are going to do by the end of the video. And now that we talked about these book list items and we can render multiple of them like this, by simply rendering this item over and over again, we see them in the list. However, this is not like how we dynamically render lists of data. To render lists of data, when we have an array of data, there is a component in React Native called a flat list. I'm going to remove or comment out this part, and I'm going to say, hey, instead of that, I want to render a flat list. And a flat list by default has two required properties. One of them is the data, which should be an array of things that you want to render. In our case, we want to render the array of books. And then we also should give it a render item, which should be a function specifying how do you want to render one of these items. Well, for every item in the array, I want to render a component called book list item, but book list item expects a property book. Where do we get it from? Well, the render item is actually going to give us the element that it's currently rendering. We can destructure it with a name item here, and we can send it to the book. So basically it's like a for loop, and it's going to go through all the items in this array. First this one, and it's going to send it to the book list item, then to the next one in that array, and it's going to render a book list item. If I reload, what we see is a list that we can scroll. Maybe not perfectly aligned or spaced, but we have something. Now we can remove these comments because now we are rendering everything with this flat list. Perfect. If we want to add some spacing between the items, we can do that at the item level by adding margin top or bottom, but I like managing the spacings of items in a list at the list level, not at the item level, because those items can be reused in multiple places in the screen, in the application, and you do not know what spacing is going to be needed in different places. Maybe in one list is going to be horizontal, one list vertical, and so on. That's why at the flat list, we can do that, sending here a content container style. There is content container style, which we can send there a gap, and it's going to add this gap, as you can see here. So if I add 56, you're going to see the gap. And because there is content container style, there is also content container class names. So it's the same. If you want to use Tailwind, you can use class names instead of style. but it's simply applying to that content container. So we can do gap 3 or gap 4. And that's going to add these spacings between the items. Perfect. I'm not sure what's going on with images there. Did I take them from... Oh, I made a mistake in the names. So I'm going to update that so you don't have this problem. Let me quickly do that. Yeah, now it should be better. Maybe I'm going to add the last thumbnail a couple of times. And just one disclaimer, these URLs, like I took them, as you can see, from Wikipedia or from Amazon. So these URLs might expire in future. If they do, just go on Google and find some URLs that if you press, they're going to be loaded. That's how you can test if it's a problem of your application or it's a problem with the URL. I'm going to quickly update it in the guide so you don't have the same problem. Perfect. Back in our app.tsx. For now, later we're going to fix properly like the top bar and so on. For now, let's add margin top, I don't know, 10. Maybe not margin, but padding top. And even more, like 22 or 20. There is no 22, there is 20 or 24. 20 is going to be good. So margin, PT 20, this is temporary until we fix it properly. But anyway, now we have a flat list. Everything looks good. We can scroll through these items. And yeah, I think that's what was our plan so far. Git add, git commit, books, flat list. Later, we're going to work on like the player and so on. But before we do that, the next step is going to be to go ahead and set up Expo Router. Because a bit later, we're going to have to work with different screens, with the details of a book, with the player screen, with authentication and so on. So I think it's the right time to learn and set up Expo Router in our project. Let me quickly drink some water. Oh, nice. I see that a lot of people, 70% of people love NativeWind. And Unistyle. Yeah, like if you're going with style sheet, Unistyle is a good next step of how you can improve the style sheet experience. I agree. Okay. Let me check something. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and follow the next step. And our next step is going to be to use and install Expo Router. Why do we need it? Well, in a normal application, you have multiple screens and you want to navigate between each other. That's why you need a navigation library. In React Native, a very popular navigation library for the last years has been React Navigation. It allows us to use native-based navigators, such as a stack navigator, a bottom tabs navigator, a drawer navigator, and so on, in our React Native applications. Then came Expo Router. Expo Router is a file-based navigation system. It's built on top of React Navigation, so we get all the benefits from React Navigation in Expo Router as well. But with Expo Router, it's much easier to manage and to create screens. Because it's a file-based navigation system, we simply create a folder, a screen, a file in our app directory, and that file becomes automatically a screen. Let's see how that works. Let's go ahead and open the installation guide here. And let's scroll to the manual installation. And let's start by installing Expo Router and the rest of the dependencies here. Let's go ahead and open a terminal, do npx expo install, and follow the guide. In the second step, we need to update the main entry inside package.json to expo router/entry. I'm gonna copy this one from here. Back in our project in package.json, main is no longer going to be index.tsx. It's going to be expo router/entry. Make sure you leave the comma here. That's why this index from our root directory is no longer needed, so you can safely delete it now. Back into the installation, let's go ahead and change the schema in our app.json. So in app.json, somewhere at the top, I usually put it after the slug, I add the schema here, the scheme. Let's call it Audible clone, and this is used like for the deep links. If my schema is this one, my deep link is going to look like this. For example, this book/1. So this Audible clone is going to be how our deep links are going to look like. And Expo Router is taking care of configuring the deep links for us. Let's scroll down, and by simply installing this React Native Web and React DOM, we're going to have web support as well. So even though we're not going to focus on the web now, we can install it, and we're going to be able to test it on the web, and run it on the web as well without a lot of changes. This Metro bundler, we already have set it up. Babel config, actually, it's already like this, so we don't have to do anything. And that's it. Now we can go back and we can restart our application, and it's going to, if I do npm, well, in the previous one, if I stop it and run it again with npm start -- space -- clear and do a reload, we should see the welcome screen from Expo Router. Why do we see this one? Well, because Expo Router is looking and is working with the app directory. The name app is quite important. We can obviously configure it, but it's going to look either in the root directory for the app directory or in the source. I usually like to keep it in the source, so let's go ahead and create this app directory. Because we didn't have it, it's going to display this welcome screen. But if I add app directory, and if I move app.tsx in the app directory and rename it, it's quite important to rename it to index. And we need to probably update like the imports here as well. Instead of ./source, is going to be .. And here again .. So the name index is important because the name index is going to be the default file that is going to be rendered when we launch the application. If I reload my application, it might not work out of the box. Well, that's because there is no global .global CSS file. This one should be updated as well. It should be .. global CSS. We move the location of this file. So to reference this global CSS, we need to go 2 layers up and then here. If I do reload now, everything is back to normal and we see our application, even though we have some spaces at the top. The good thing is that we have an index.tsx file and it's working properly. That's how if you see this, everything is good. If there is some issues, you can stop the server, start it again by clearing the cache to make sure that everything is clear. And this is our Expo Router setup. Again, now when we need to create a screen, all we have to do is create a file in our app folder, and it's going to become a screen that we can navigate to. Nothing more than that. So try to only have screens in the app folder, no components, no helper files, and so on, because everything that's here will become a screen. Perfect. There is a quite important file that we need to talk about, and this is the _layout.tsx. This file is called the layout of a group of screens, and let's export it as a normal function, as a normal component. Export default function. Let's call it root layout because it's in the root folder, it's in the application. And if I return null here, we're going to see that we no longer see anything. That's because the layout is basically a wrapper around screens. And to get into the index screen, it first will render the layout, and the layout returns null. That's why it stops here. If, however, we import here a component called slot from Expo Router and render it like this, we get back the screen. That's because slot simply renders the screen that is supposed to render. Similar to how we have the children prop in a component. But the good news is that even though we have everything similar to that, we have the possibility to add things around our pages, such as bottom tabs, such as headers that are going to maintain between navigation of different screens. We can also add different navigators, for example, a stack navigator drawer, and we can add logic that is going to be executed when we navigate to this component. At the root layout, because it's the first layout that is being rendered, that's where we configure and set global providers. And we're going to see about global providers a bit later. For now, we just need to know that the root layout is going to be the first layout, the first code that is being rendered, and only then it's going to go into the screen. And this can be also nested. Every folder can have its own layout. And layouts are the ones that will, maybe later when we do, when we add an example, I'm going to explain with a proper example, not to confuse you even more. Let me double check what's next. Okay, yeah. So the next step is I want to show you how to add some tab navigator. To do that, we can either change it at this layout layer, or we can actually create a new folder that will contain our tabs. We can call it tabs like this, but I'm actually going to put it in brackets like this. I'm going to move the index, which is our list, inside the tabs. And if I do that and say update imports, yes, it's going to still work. Even if we change the location of the index, Expo Router is basically going to look for the first index file that it's going to find. Because it cannot find in the root app directory, it's going to go into the tabs index here. Now, this tabs folder can have its own layout. Let's go ahead and export default function tabs layout. And we saw how to work with a slot. A slot is basically render like the screen that you're supposed to render. But if we import from here tabs and render tabs instead of a slot, you're gonna see right away a bottom tab navigator. And if in this folder tabs, I'm going to duplicate the index file once again, you're gonna see already two tabs right out of a box. So that's a good representation of the statement. Just by creating files, we basically create screens. In these tabs, actually, I'm going to remove a copy and I'm going to create a new file called discover, because we're going to have a tab for discovering new books. Let's do export default function discover. Let's return a view. Let's make sure to import the view and the text from React Native, and we can style it probably. I don't know, something like that. Maybe text white right now might not be best, but yeah, something like that. So now we have index and we have discover. Perfect. We're slowly getting there. I will show one thing that we forgot to do. You see, global CSS we imported here at the index. That's a file that should be imported only once at the root level, like as soon as we launch the application. That means that this global CSS, in fact, should have been imported in the layout file, in the root layout. So I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to make sure that it points to the right file. So global CSS. Now in our files, we no longer need to import it. In the discover, we don't have it. In the layout, we do not need it. And the tailwind still works. Perfect. What else I wanted to do? I wanted to, every time we moved around files, it asks us if we want to change like this import URLs. This can get confusing and sometimes can break things, and you have to manually update like these relative URLs. That's why I recommend to go ahead in tsconfig file, and in this compiler options, we can set a property called paths, set first base URL with dot, which is this directory, and the paths are going to be like shortcuts or path aliases, saying that if we start the import with this @/ make sure to import it from source. So now back in, for example, index from the tabs, I can do @/dummy books, and remember @ is a shortcut to the source directory. So that means that go into the source directory and then dummy books. Here we can do @/components, where @ is a shortcut to source, go to the components. And now, even if I move this file around in different folders and so on, I don't have to update the imports. It's going to be much easier to work with these path aliases. Another thing in this index file is we no longer need to do anything with the status bar, because this is handled at the Expo Router level. And we do not need this view. I will delete it and I will leave simply the flat list. I will fix the styles in a second, but let me remove this import of status bar and import of view. And we see that because we removed the background view, which had a dark background, we lost this background color. Well, We can do that. We can adjust these colors on the navigation layer, because even back then we only had the dark background on the page and not on the navigation components like the tab bar and the header. That's because this header and tab bar is using a theme that we can import and adjust. For example, we can import the theme dark from React Navigation /native. And if I will import also a theme provider, I can basically say that by using the theme provider and wrapping it around our slot here at the root layer and sending for the value the theme dark. Is it theme dark? No, it's dark theme. Sorry. And if I do dark theme and reload my application, we're going to say that the theme of our navigation layer with headers, with backgrounds, with everything else switched to dark. You can do that conditionally, checking if a user has a dark preference. And there is also a possibility to customize this dark theme. For example, you can create a theme where you're going to bring in all the values from the dark theme, because you don't want to rewrite it completely. You want to overwrite something. For example, you want to overwrite just the colors. And again, you don't want to override all the colors. That's why I'm going to bring in with destructuring dark theme.colors, and I will only adjust the background. For example, background red. If I do that and then take this theme and send it to the value of my theme provider, we're going to see that the background of the page becomes red. And if I do here card blue, the top and the bottom will become blue. And if you click on the dark theme, you're going to see that it's nothing much. It's a simple object with colors where you can change the primary color, the background, the card, the text, the border, and the notification. What I'm going to change is the background and card to match a little bit like how Audible works. Let me go ahead and remember or bring in the colors that I wanted to use. For example, the background should be this one, and I think the card as well. And for the primary color, I actually went with a white. And that will make like the back buttons, that will make the highlighted icons white. And the primary color of application is mainly the primary color of our navigation, because this theme provider is simply for navigation, nothing more than that. It's for React navigation. And just like that, we have these nice styles that resembles the colors of, how's it called? The Audible. Perfect. What else from the small parts do we need to adjust here? Maybe in the tabs index where we have our application, I will give in the content container style a P4 to add some padding as well, maybe a P2 to have some spacings around these items. That's good. Maybe we can adjust the titles and the icons. And to do that, we're going to go in the tabs layout. And we saw that we simply render these tabs. Well, this is one way. And when we do this, Expo Router will simply look at the names of the files, discover and index, and we'll use it for the titles. That's why we see index and discover here. But if we go ahead and expand these tabs to have an opening and a closing tag, and then put inside or render inside tabs.screen component, using a name that matches the name of a file, for example, index, we can use options to adjust some configuration options, such as the title. And the index is actually going to be library. That's why we see at the top library, and at the bottom the label is also library. We can duplicate this once again, and now target the discover screen and say discover. And now at the top is discover. Perfect. That's nice. These options is nothing more. It's the same options from React Navigation that handle that. So everything that you could do with the options in React Navigation, you can do here as well, such as adding a tab bar icon, which is going to be a function that will render an icon. And the tab bar icon that I want to render, let's look into the Expo icons, and let's do library or books. Okay, this one is actually good. Yeah, let's do this library from Ionicons or Ionicons. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm going to import it at the top as import Ionicons from expo/vector icons. And if I do that and reload, we're going to see, yeah, the color is different. You can adjust it, but actually the color should be dynamic because the color is going to be managed by the navigator when it's active or not. And the good thing is that the color is something that we're going to receive here through props, and also the size we're going to receive through props. So let's use dynamic size and also dynamic color. And now the library is cool. And we can do the same once again for the discover. In this time, maybe it's search. Yeah, that's good. Discover and library. Perfect. And if you want to adjust some configurations on the whole for all the screens, similar to how you did it in React Navigation, you can use, instead of options, you can use screen options on the tabs component. And here you can say tab bar show label false, and that would hide the label at the bottom. Not sure if you want it or not. I think I'm good with labels as well. Library, discover, perfect. And with that being said, let's go ahead and do a git add, git commit, tabs, or let's do bottom tabs. Do you have any questions about Expo Router, guys? If you do, feel free to ask. I'm going to try to help and answer you here. Oh, hello everyone from from Twitch as well. Okay, let me bring this one here. Vivek is asking, hey, I'm working on a large-scale project for the competition, and most probably he means the notjust hack. But due to time constraint, I'm using dummy data instead of a backend. Is it okay to participate like this? Try to at least implement some features that would make the application workable, even if you do some dummy data. For example, in with an audio library that we have here, maybe you will not have time to implement the data about books to come from a database, but you can very well add it properly inside your code as dummy data, but make it work as you're going to see here. Actually, today we're going to add a backend, but I mean, this application can still be useful. It might not have millions of books. It might have only 10 books, but it's the same application, the same features. It's just about like larger data set. So as long as it's functional, I think it's good. Because you still have to pass the app review. And if you don't know what we're talking about, we have a hackathon running right now. You can go to notjust.dev, and we have a hackathon from April 1st to April 30th, which if you're watching this live or when it's still April 2025, then you still have time to register and participate. If not, also register, because we're going to keep you updated. We do this hackathon twice a year, and we have some nice prizes as well, such as a MacBook Air M4, which you can win by simply building an application, publishing it on the store, and competing. It's a great way to practice your skills. Does anyone know how to resolve it? Not sure what's the problem there. So do we have everything committed right now? Yeah. What do we do next? Okay, the next step is going to be, I want to show you how you can implement authentication with Expo Router and with Clerk. With Expo Router, now that we talked about this, this is an important topic that actually go very in depth in React Native Mastery, the course, our premium course. But this is a topic that seems easy, but it has a lot of touch points that makes it confusing at the beginning. So that's why it's important for me to explain it well, even here. So yeah, let's get started. And the next step is going to be to set up authentication using Expo Router and Clerk. For Clerk, go ahead, open the description, and there is this Expo Quick Start link. I'm going to also put it here in the chat so that you have access to it. And you're going to see how easy it is to set up authentication using Clerk. So what we have to do is first install Clerk in our application. Let's go ahead and do that. Clear. npm install Clerk. We're going to need an API key. For that, we need to sign up for a Clerk account. I already have a Clerk account here. If you don't, you can sign up for free, and we have a very generous free tier. Like if we look in the pricing, it's $0 per month for up to 10,000 monthly active users. Then it's quite affordable as well. So go ahead, sign up, and let's go ahead and create a new application. We're going to give it a name. Let's give it Audible Clone. You can select what sign-in options you want to enable, and you see that they support so many authentication providers, such as sign in with Google, with email, Facebook, Apple, GitHub, LinkedIn, and so on. I'm going to leave email by default, the Google, and these things we can change later as well. Let's just press create application. In the guide, we can also see the documentation, how to do that. What we need is this publishable key to put it in the env file. Let's copy this publishable key. Let's go in our project and let's create the .env file. Let's paste the key here. And while we are here, make sure to go into the gitignore and add here a line that says .env. That's quite important because you don't want to commit this file to your source to the repository. Even though this is not like a secret key, this is a publishable key, it's okay to share it with your client code. It's better not to commit it to your source code. Perfect. Actually, we'll go back to the quick start. In the quick start, we see that, yeah, we have to do that in the .env. We have done that. Actually, let me show you also how you can get this key if you missed the screen. You can go into the configure, and under developers API keys, you are going to see the publishable key here. You can also select here Expo and copy it like this. Perfect. Back to the documentation. What we need is the Clerk provider. And the Clerk provider is going to be the component that is going to provide information about Clerk, such as the authenticated users and so on. As I was saying before, providers are things that we need to set at the root layer as up as possible, like as soon as possible. As soon as the application launches, we need to fire up our providers. That's why they usually go into the root layout. Let's go ahead and import Clerk provider from Clerk Expo and simply wrap it around everything like this. Come on, Clerk provider. And it's important to put the slot inside this Clerk provider so that the slot will have access to information about user and authentication state and so on. Clerk provider can also receive a publishable key, but it will, if you don't send it, it's going to look for a key with this name, Expo public Clerk publishable key. That's why we are not sending it. It's going to automatically take it from the env. Perfect. The token cache. This is important for an authentication provider. It's important for it to have some storage capabilities in order to write the tokens so that the user doesn't have to sign in every time it opens the application. He signs in once, and then Clerk will store the secure store tokens. And when the user opens the application again, it's going to be automatically already signed in. That's why we're going to install an additional library called Expo Secure Store. You can do that with async storage as well, but it's better to use a secure store, which is encrypted as well. That's why we are installing Expo Secure Store. Let's open the terminal and do npm install Expo Secure Store. And in the app layout where we have a Clerk provider, we're going to import this token cache. So in app layout, while we import the Clerk provider, we're also going to import the token cache from Clerk, and we're going to give it here to the Clerk provider. Now Clerk provider can use this token cache, which is in fact Expo Secure Store. Going to the next part, we need to add the sign up and sign in pages. For the sign in and sign up pages, this is where we go into the realm of Expo Router. What I'm going to do for that, I'm going to create a new folder to keep all the screens related to authentication. An authentication flow have screens like sign in, sign up, creating an account, verifying the code, maybe doing the multi-factor authentication, maybe going through the forget password flow. So there are a lot of screens, and that's why I like to group them together in the auth folder. In the auth, I'm going to have a layout here, layout.tsx. This is going to be the auth layout, and we can use a stack navigator to manage the navigation between different screens here. Now we're going to have two screens here, sign-in.tsx and a sign.up.tsx. From the documentation, what we need to do is, in the off layout, that's an important part. I just don't want to do it now. I want to do it step by step. But let's do it, and I'll make sure to come back and explain it to you. So in the off layout here, when we go to the sign-in screen or the sign-up screen, it will first load the layout of this folder. What we want to do here is we want to add some guarding logic, meaning that we don't want already signed in users to be able to go to these pages. If they try to go there, we want to redirect them to their dashboard, their home page. We can do that at the layout layer by checking const use of, by checking the is signed in status from the use of coming from Clerk. And we're going to check if he's already signed in. We're going to return a redirect component from Expo Router to /home. Well, not /home, but maybe just slash. Let's do just slash. Good. And we need to do the same thing at another layer, for example, in the tabs layer. So in the tabs layer, I will say, hey, you don't have to be here if you're not authenticated. So let's do use of is signed in. We're going to check if the user is not signed in. We're going to redirect him using a redirect component to the /sign-in. So this is how we protect groups of screens. At the tab layout level, we say that if you try to go on any of these tabs, we're going to check if you're signed in or not. If you're not signed in, we're going to redirect back. And we're never going to let you go even here. Now, if I reload, we see unmatched route with a sign-in, because in the sign-in, we didn't export anything. Let's go ahead and back in the documentation and implement the sign up and sign in pages. I don't have time to go through the whole implementation steps, so that's why I'm going to copy the sign up page from here. Let's put it in the sign up page here. And I'm going to do the same with the sign in. I'm going to scroll sign in page. Put it here. I'm going to explain you the main parts, but the designs, we're going to try to take it from here. Well, we do not see anything, but if I go to the sign in and to this view, say class names, class name equal bg white, we're going to see some text inputs. The problem is that these text inputs are not styled, so you're going to have to style it yourself. Well, I took this responsibility and I used some AI tools to style these components. So if you go into the guide under authentication using Clerk, there are two files, styled sign in. Let's open it. And it's basically the same thing, but it has class names. So styled with NativeWind. I'm going to go into the sign in, remove everything, paste this one. Oh, come on. And right out of a box, we're going to have this beautiful sign-in screen. I'm going to go back, close this sign-in screen, and open the sign-up styled, copy it from here, go to the sign-up, and again, remove everything and add this sign-up screen. Now we have the sign-in screen, welcome back. If I press on this sign-up, it's going to navigate to sign-up. I can go back here, and that's how it works. If you're interested, you can go to our channel And actually, we have done a full authentication flow here, which is like almost 4 hours dedicated to authentication, and where I explain step by step all this authentication flow with Expo Router, with Clerk, with styling, everything step by step. So if you're still unsure how to do that, if you want to master that, highly recommend this tutorial, full authentication system in React Native with Clerk and Expo. But now, if I'm going to go into the sign up, and if I'm going to try to sign up with my email, notjust.dev, make sure to use like a password, like not a 123 password, because Clerk has a database of common passwords and is going to throw an error if you're trying to use a very easy password. If I do create account, it's going to move to another screen called verify your email, where I actually should have received an email, a very nice email that is pre-built, like with a very nice style from, not sure if you're going to be able to see it, but as you can see, it's really nicely designed. And it's implemented everything from Clerk. I have a verification code I need to put in here. And if I do verify email, I should be redirected to the home page. Now, if I reload, we should automatically be redirected to the home page. Perfect. That sounds super easy, but let me spend a little bit of time to explain what just happened as we were going through these steps. I'll also have to go into the tabs, create a new file. I want to add a sign out button and I don't have where to put it. So maybe I will have a profile.tsx here, export default function profile. Let's render something. I just need to render a button. You can render it on the discover or index page as well. Maybe I took the wrong route, but I will add here a button called sign out. And when we press on that button, what I want to do is I want to use a hook called use auth from Expo Clerk. And from there, I will get the sign out function that I can call when pressing on the button. So use auth imported from here. Now I can go to profile and there is a sign out button. If I press it, I'm redirected to the sign in. Why have I been redirected to the sign in? Because we simply said, hey, sign me out. We never said redirect me. Well, when we did the sign out, it re-rendered our application because Clerk provider has changed the state to is authenticated equal to false. That trigger started rendering the application top to bottom. So starting with this layout from Clerk provider in the slot, it went in the tabs layout, and it started re-rendering top to bottom. It checked again. Is it still signed in? No, he was signed out, so this is false. That's why it returned a redirect, and it redirected us automatically to sign in. The sign in is in our auth folder. And the sign in here, if I'm going to go and use the same email and password, what is happening here, it has some text inputs that has state value email address. So nothing more than normal state and text inputs. And when we press the sign in button, what it's doing is it's using the sign in function imported from the use sign in hook from Clerk, is saying that, hey, this is an attempt, and an attempt can be can have a status complete. If the status is complete, it says set active session with this created session ID, and actually we don't need to do the router replace because this is automatically done by the layout of the authentication. However, if the sign-in attempt was false, we console log it here, or we can also alert it to the user, like error, invalid email, or password. Now in the sign up, we saw that the sign up is a little bit more complicated because it has two flows in one screen. It has this pending verification, which is going to be enabled only after we start the sign up process. Again, two text inputs for email and password, a button for the creating an account, which calls on sign up press. This on sign up press is going to create a sign up request. It's going to prepare the email address verification to make sure that we are verifying the email address using a code sent to the email. In a similar way, you can verify his phone number by sending an SMS or stuff like that. And then it simply switches to the pending verification mode. In the pending verification mode, it will render a different form with different input where we put the code. And when we press the button, we call the onPress verify. The onPress verify, it creates a sign up attempt to check if the verification code is the same that was sent to the user email. In that case, it's going to be, his session is going to be created and activated, and we do not have to do manual redirection. This is handled at the layout layer. Now, if I go here and do a sign in, everything is working. If, however, you're going to sign out and if you have some issues signing in, for example, if I try to create an account with this email, I'm going to see here an error. Don't freak out, just open the console log and check the error here. It would be better if you implement proper error handling, and if this error happens, you show it to the user. And again, I show this very in depth in the full authentication tutorial. But for you as a developer, just check, you're going to see that, hey, the email address is already taken, and you basically have to use a different email address. If you're going to use a very simple password, it's going to say password has been found in an online data breach. For account safety, please use a different password. So yeah, always double check the logs to see if something is not working. Or I can go back to the sign in and move from there. Perfect. I'm going to do this sign in here. No, that's a wrong email or password. I will do this one and I am here. Perfect. Before we finish, I will show you one more thing that is a very common issue that my students in React Native Master encounter, is this flicker. You're gonna see it as well. If I reload, we see the login screen for a split of a second, and only then we are redirected to the library. Why does that happen? Let me explain you. Well, the application will first go into the tabs index. It will look for the first index file. But to render the index, it will first have to render the root layout. Then it's going to render the tabs layout. And in the tabs layout, it's going to check is signed in. And the thing is that when we open the application, Clerk doesn't know that if you're signed in or not. And it's going to be false or maybe undefined. Yeah, actually it's undefined. And being undefined is going to say, okay, you're not supposed to be here, redirect to the sign in. But meanwhile, Clerk is requesting and checking if you're signed in with the backend. It's fetching the tokens and so on. So you're going to be redirected to the sign in, and then this layout is going to check in a couple of seconds. It's going to receive that, hey, he's actually signed in, and is going to be redirected back. That's why we see the flicker. To not see the flicker, in the tabs layout, we can check another field is loaded. And if is loaded, if Clerk hasn't finished loading the state of the user, then we can simply return an activity indicator saying that, hey, activity indicator saying that if you're still loading, I will not redirect you because I don't know if I should, but I still don't want to show you the content. I don't want to show you the tabs. So it's important to neither redirect nor show the screens. Just simply show an activity indicator. And now if I will reload, you're going to see that the flicker disappeared. In fact, the flicker was replaced with a simple activity indicator that goes away very fast and you don't even see it, but it's there. And there is no flicker of moving back and forth. So as simple as that. Perfect. That's what I wanted to show. A very simple thing that improves the experience of application by a lot, because it's something that every user will see when you open the application. And because we are using like a token cache, if I close and open the application again, the user will be remembered and he's not going to have to go through the sign-in process again. Perfect. With that being said, I don't know why I launched it on Android, maybe to show you that it's working on Android as well, but I want to say git add, git commit, authentication, authentication using Clerk. Yeah, that was a mistake to run it on Android, but if we're running it, let me show you how it works on Android as well. We saw the loading indicator. We are on the sign-in screen. Perfect. We can sign in with the same account here, saying, come on. Oh, it's very laggy. I know why I'm not using Android. Select all, copy. What's going on here? Hopefully I did it correctly. Okay, nice. So it works on Android as well. If I go ahead and reload, it's going to reload and remember this session in both cases. Perfect. So Android is working as well. Hello, Smart Driver. Hello, Slush. Hello, Faisal. Haven't done it with Supabase, but I have done this comprehensive flow with Clerk, so you can check it out here. It also has sign in with Google, so yeah. Perfect. Now we have everything git add, git commit. Our authentication is done. Amazing. Oh, next step is going to be interesting. The next step is going to be the audio player. Okay, for the audio player, if we scroll down, our next step is going to be to start already working with audio and building this simple audio player that is going to allow us to play the audiobooks. First, let's go ahead and work a little bit on the screen. And then we're going to work on the player. For the screen, we're going to have another screen for the player. I took a shortcut, and now I'm going to show you like why that was a small mistake, but it's a common thing like that we always do when we have to restructure things. Right now, I need to add the player, but as you can see, the player is not going to be inside the tabs because we do not see the tabs when we are inside the player. That means that we should put it outside the tabs. For example, here, such as player.tsx. Let's do export default function player. Let's just render a view there. Let's import the view and the text. I think the text should have text wide. And for example, we're going to navigate there. From our components book list item. Let's go into the book list item. I'm going to show you how we can navigate to different screens. To navigate to a screen, we can use a link component from Expo Router. So let's go ahead and import link from Expo Router. That's not the only way, but this is a good way to navigate when we press on some items and so on. The simplest way to render a link, I'm going to do it as a textual link right after the book offer. I'm going to render it as a link. I'm going to put inside it open in player. And this link needs an href, similar to how an A tag works on the web. The href is going to basically be the name of the file and folders where we want to navigate. Because player is in the root, it's going to be /player. If I have that and then reload, if I do class name here, text white, we're gonna see open in player text below every author. If I press it, I'm going to be redirected to the player. Maybe I'll do here something like this just for you to see. You don't have to do everything. We're going to fix it in a second. So we are here on the player screen. Back in the book list item, I'm going to show you maybe I'm going to show you a different way because, here in the link. Why do we have two of them? I don't know why I did that. Okay, we have this link that renders a text, but what if we want the whole row to be pressable and navigate there? Well, what we have to do is wrap it around our whole component like this and make sure to remove open in player. I will remove this closing. So my whole view, my whole container is inside this link. If now I'm going to press, we navigate as well. I think in a lot of cases we can leave it like this, but sometimes we do not want the link to render anything else other than like the container, like this view. So in that case, we have to use the asChild property. Sometimes like the styles are going to be messed up if we do it like this. But if we put asChild, it's going to fix the styles, but it's not going to be pressable. Because in this case, the link will hook into the child component. And for that reason, the child component should have an onPress event. A view does not have an onPress event. To solve it, we simply have to replace that view with a pressable from React Native. So if I go back and replace this view with a pressable, which is the same view container but has press events, so link can hook into those press events. Now if I press on this item, we are redirected there. And because we are using asChild, it's going to maintain the styles of this child. Perfect. Back to our player. As I was saying, the thing is that now that we put the player here, in a way that means that the player is a screen that is not protected, and even unauthenticated users can get there. So for a player, I'm not sure like if that's a problem, but for some screens that would be a problem, and you would want most of the screens in your application to be inside a protected group. The thing is that we protected only the tabs here with this is signed in. Well, what we need to do is we need to create a common group for all the protected screens, and then the tabs is going to be simply one of a folder, one of the groups inside that protected folder. So let's go ahead and do it step by step. I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it protected. This name is up to me, and I use brackets to make it optional in the URLs. So it's just a logical grouping, but it should not affect the URLs of our screens. Now I'm going to move tabs inside the protected. And in the protected, I'm going to create underscore layout.tsx. And I'm going to say, hey, this is going to be export default function protected layout. Let's return for a second, maybe a slot or a stack. Let's do a stack. And this is where we should handle the logic of guarding, of protecting screens. So I'm going to go into the tabs layout, and I'm going to take this logic from here into the protected layout at the top. I'm going to make sure to import here the use of, the activity indicator from React Native, and the redirect from Expo stack. And now it's this layout who is responsible for protecting all the screens, and tabs is a simple layout that handles the bottom tab navigation. Because the bottom tab navigation is not everything in our application. Now that we have this structure, we can move a player inside protected folder, and this way it's going to be still a protected screen because it's going to be protected by this layout. And only authenticated users will be able to go to the player, but it's not going to be inside the tabs. And that's what we wanted. And another benefit is that now this layout is a stack. If I go to the player, here it is. I don't know why layout is stack. Did I do any mistakes? Layout. Is the name correct? I need to do console log protected. Let me double check that. Yeah, protected. I don't know why it's not, it doesn't have a back button. Because layout. It's a stack. And I would expect a back button here. Why I don't have it? Maybe need to restart. Okay, now it's going to work. Now if I go here, I have a back button. Perfect. The only thing is that it added one unnecessary header when we are on this inside the tabs. That's because in the protected layout, now it's getting a little bit confusing, but make sure like you are working with the proper layouts. So in protected layout, in the stack, what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand it and say that for the stack.screen with a name tabs like this, with options, I want to say show header shown false. I want to hide the header. And now it's only going to keep the library, which is the header of this tab, and not the header of the whole tabs group. And if I go to the player, yeah, there it's properly displayed. But at the player, what I want to do else is I'm going to target player. Maybe I'm going to have header shown false, maybe not. But what I know I want to do is I want to change the animation to a fade in from the bottom. Fade in from bottom. It's going to add this animation of a player coming from the bottom to the top. And I think with header shown, it's going to even look better. The only thing is that on the player itself, somewhere at the top, I need to add an icon similar to this one here. Down. Maybe like this. Maybe like this. I'm going to make sure to import it from Expo Vector Icons. I'm going to put it in a pressable. Import pressable from React Native to add the back button. So if I'm here, this one should be white, and the pressable should have a BG. It can be like a Slate 800. It can be rounded full to be like a circle, and it should have padding 4. No, padding 2. Perfect. And if I press on that item, on press, what I should try to do is do router.back. And this router should be imported from Expo Router. So now if I do this, it's going to go back. So now it's a very nice experience coming from there and being able to go back. Amazing. So let me go ahead and do a git add, git commit player screen structure, because now we talked a little, we changed a little bit the structure of our screens and folders to make it, to adjust it for the new player screen. But what we have to do is to actually go ahead in the player and implement this player here. The player will have to work with a book. That book later we're going to think how to share it globally, because the player will be reused in different parts of application, like a mini player or a full screen player, and all of this data should be shared. That's why we're going to talk about it later. For now, let's just import dummy books from my books and say book equal dummy books at position 0. Let's work with the first book. What I want to do is I want to render this component, a simple player like this. In the middle, we're going to have an image. The image source is going to be URI book.thumbnail URL. For the class name, we can do width full, and that is going to be, yeah, basically full width. and height. I know height full. 1 second. Let's go ahead and import image from React Native. And if I go here, that's a full screen image. I'm going to add some padding probably here, padding 4. Yep. If I don't want the content to go below the notch, I can use a safe area view from React Native safe area context. And if I simply replace this view with a safe area view, it's going to make sure that it doesn't go below the notch. Perfect. Now for the image itself, full width, or maybe no, let's do width. I need percentage. I think width. These are percentages. Not sure if it's going to be 10 out of 12. This is going to be, yeah, like not full width because it's not 1/1, it's 10/12. So 10 width out of 12 size. And instead of H full, maybe I'm going to do H or aspect square. Yeah, it works. Perfect. And I will do rounded 3XL. This is the maximum rounded that we can do. You can also, with this syntax, with brackets, you can add here any kind of random value like pixels. So you can increase it in this case to 60 maybe if you want. To be more like, how is it in here? I don't think it's that much. 30 is good. Okay, good. I will remove the justify center to put it at the top. Maybe it will have more padding on the y-axis. I don't know, something like that. What else do we have? Then we're going to have like a list of controls. The controls is going to be a list of icons. And let me give them to you. Not to have to look for icons. I will put that here. Player icons. So if you should have them here. Why it's not visible? Yeah, under player icons, you should have them here. So let's copy. Let's add them right after the image. And we just need to import this icon class from Expo vector icons. Now, if we go there, we're going to have it like this. And on the safe area view, I'm going to remove item center as well. Nice. On the image, we can do self center to put this itself on the center. Perfect. Maybe I'm going to do here with W 90% like this. Yeah, I think that's good. The flex row. What I want to do. Well, there is going to be here like the progress bar that we have to build. Let's go ahead and build it together. The progress bar, we're going to build it as a separate component. Playback bar dot tsx. Maybe that's also something that it's not that important. Yeah, let me also give it to you. Playback bar. So let's go back to the guide. And we're going to have this playback bar. Let's go ahead and copy it and create a new component called playback bar.tsx. Add this component here. It's going to receive a value from 0 to 1, and that is going to be the progress. And it simply renders a background view with another view that has a background orange and a dot in the middle. So that's what it does here. Back in the player, we can render it as playback bar. Make sure to import it at the top here. And if we give it a value 0.5, it should be in the middle. If I give 0.1, it should be 10%, and so on. You get the idea. And maybe at the safe area view, I'm going to give here a gap 4 to have this spacing between items. Let me think like what else to take from here. Maybe the title here at the top. So we can have here a text with the book.title. We can have text white, a large text, maybe text center. Good. And actually maybe everything else except the image I'll put inside a view. So the icons, the bottom part basically. And this view is going to have a class name, a gap. It's going to have flex1 to take all the available space. And I want justify between or maybe evenly. No, it's not gonna have justify. Let's do justify and to put it at the bottom. And here maybe not a gap 4 but gap 8. Okay, that's better. Margin top, I'm going to remove it from here. And yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, we can always improve it, and if we need to add more stuff. For now, it's functional. We have icons, we can press on them, and in the next step is going to be like to actually go ahead and play the music. So let's go ahead and do a git add, git commit, player screen UI. And now what we need to do is to actually play this music. Because if you look into the dummy data that I provided you, you're going to see there is audio URL. And this, double check, open them in your browser, and make sure that they are accessible and they can play. Hopefully they are still accessible when you're following this tutorial, but there is a chance where this website will take them down. So first double check to make sure that you're not going to think that your app has bugs when it might be the audio that is not available. The resource that I used for these audio files is called LibriVox, and this is a free public domain of audiobooks. You can go to the listen in the catalog, and there are a lot of books with recordings, so you can check them out and maybe add difference to your application. I just picked a couple of random ones just to make sure that our application is working. Now, having this URL with the MP3, we should go ahead and start playing it. How do we do that? Well, in Expo, there is the Expo AV, or maybe I should say there was Expo AV, which is still, at the moment of recording this video in 2025 April, this is the recommended way to implement audio in your application. Expo AV is a library that manages both audio and video, and it's very popular. Like, it's one of the first libraries that was built by Expo. The problem is that it combines both audio and video, and it was a little bit not following best practices in terms of like behind the scenes how it was written, taking advantage of everything that's new. That's why Expo decided to build new libraries and split audio and video in two separate libraries. So at the moment of recording, of watching this tutorial, this should be probably the way to go. Now, if you search Expo Audio, you're going to see that this Expo Audio is the new library that I'm talking about. This is going to be the new way of, the new recommended way to work with audio in an Expo application. However, at the moment of recording this video, this library is still in alpha. So I'm going to go ahead and use this library, even if I know that some things might change in future. The only thing that I'm pretty sure is that this is going to be the new way, and this is going to replace Expo AV. So in future, Expo AV is going to be deprecated, and we're going to switch to Expo Audio. Let's go ahead and actually start with Expo Audio in this project and see how we can use it. For that, we're going to go ahead and install Expo Audio with npx expo install. Let's go ahead and do that here. And we can configure some of the things using a config plugin in our app.json, such as the microphone permission. I will copy this array that has two values, name and object configuration. And I'm going to go into the app.json. Under plugins, there is Expo Audio. Remove it and paste this array, basically the same Expo Audio, but with configurations as well. This is only if you're using microphone. In our case, actually, I don't think it's important, but in a lot of cases, you would also use the microphone to record audio, so you would need this permission. Now that's it. We can go ahead and import use audio player from Expo Audio in our app protected player. At the top here, let's do use audio player. If I reload, it's still not showing me the problem, but it's going to show me the problem in a second. Let's go inside the player, and I will rename this player screen for us to be super clear what I'm talking about. This is the player screen. So in the player screen, let's go ahead and say const player equal use audio player. And an audio player can either have a link to a local audio file, like here in the documentation, or it can also have a URI that can be taken from the book, audio URL. If I do that and reload the application, we're going to see a problem. Cannot find native module Expo Audio. In your case, if you're following this tutorial later, Expo Audio might already be the default library to use in Expo application. And in that case, it's going to be included in Expo Go. So it's going to most probably work for you. In my case, at this moment, Expo Audio is so new that it was not yet included by default in Expo Go. But that's not a problem, because what we can do is we can simply build our own version of Expo Go, which is called a development build. To do that, I simply have to do npx expo run iOS, and this is going to generate the iOS directory. And you can do the same with npx expo run Android, and that is going to generate the Android folder. For these commands to run, you actually need some extra environment setup. For iOS, you would need Xcode, and for Android, you would need Android Studio. You can go into the Expo environment setup, and you can choose, for example, iOS simulator, and you're going to see, if you go to development build, say that you want to build it locally, you'll see that you have to set up Xcode and Watchman. So you can follow this guide here. And the same thing if you go to Android emulator, development build without EAS, you would need Watchman and JDK and Android Studio. So you'll have to follow this guide. If you encounter issues, or if you do not have a possibility to get to set up locally, there is also an option to build a development build using EAS. EAS is the cloud service that builds React Native applications. It's coming from Expo. It's a paid service, but we have a free tier. So you can, I don't think you need, in that case, you do not need Android Studio or, let's say, I'll select Android device, for example, and development build. And in that case, you do not need Android Studio. So you can install EAS CLI, you can configure a build, and you can trigger a build. And later, you're going to receive a downloadable link that you can put on your physical device. In my case, I'm building them locally, so it's going to take a bit of time for the first build, but it's going to be a custom development build, meaning that I can use any library possible, and I'm not going to be restricted by Expo Go. While I'm here, there is also this concept of CNG. You might have heard it, and it's not super important to understand, at least like if you're a beginner. But when you hear it, what does CNG mean? It means it stands for continuous native generation. It means that with Expo, the best way to go with custom builds is to never update the iOS and Android folder manually. Always let Expo generate and manage them. And to ensure that that's happening, it's recommending to add the iOS and Android to git ignore. So we can do Android and iOS, similar to how we have node modules that we do not track, or we do not commit in our repository. We just have a package.json, and then node or npm would generate these node modules. In a similar way, we do not include iOS and Android in our source repository. In fact, we simply generate them, which is called, and the process of generating iOS and Android folder is called pre-building. So that's, you just add them here, and you do not do changes manually, because that's going to break later when on our machines. You do changes only through app.json, through config plugins, and so on. And you have CNG. Now we're waiting for a bit for the app to compile, and we're going to have it in a second here. Meanwhile, I'm going to bring some water, and we continue. All right, so the build is still going. Dmitry is asking, what do you think about links? Actually, I haven't given it a try. I didn't manage to do that. Maybe we should give it a try sometimes. Maybe I'm going to do that on Discord with our community. By the way, while it's building, guys, if you haven't already, go ahead and join our Discord community at notjust.dev/Discord. It's going to be a shortcut and it's going to redirect you to Discord. So let me do it here. Discord. We have a nice community on Discord. Make sure to join it. Yeah, probably I should have not started both Android and iOS builds at the same time, but hopefully it's going to be done soon. That's what I actually love about Expo Go, because you don't have to wait so long for the builds. The good thing is that you wait this long only when you build the projects, and you'd have to rebuild the projects only when adding new libraries with new native dependencies. If you add a simple JavaScript library, you're not going to have to rebuild the app. However, if you add a library that has some native code, you're going to have to rebuild it. But other than that, it's not that often. We see that Android has finished and it's running here, and you're going to see that it's no longer Expo Go. Expo Go is this one. This is a custom application built specifically for our case, for our app. Dmitris is saying regarding links, that in his opinion, it's not ready yet. It gives some tools, but not like Expo Go. Yeah, but it's also new. It's probably expected. The whole ecosystem of React Native is huge because it's been here for already 10 years, and the community is great. Having like huge companies like Expo, like Software Mention, like the guys like Mark from Margello, a lot of people are investing lots and lots of time in pushing forward React Native, in building new stuff, in bringing new libraries in React Native. So that's why it's so powerful. That's what makes React Native so great as well. Like, it's the ecosystem, the companies that are investing it, that are building with it, that are open sourcing tools, technologies, libraries, packages, and so on. All right, so we see that on our iOS it finished as well, and we can open it. And again, it's not Expo Go, it's Audible clone. It's our own application. We're gonna have to log in again because it's another application and our data. The account should be the same. Just dev. Sign in. Boom, we're here, and I can go to the player, and it didn't break. That's already good. Same here for Android. It works. We're gonna test the player a bit later. I'm going to close it for a second. But we have now a custom development build for iOS and Android. If you want to bring in the same kind of menu that you had with Expo Go, and I'm talking about like a development menu, like here, if I go and I have this menu with reload, go home, showing performance monitor, and so on, we're connecting to different URLs. That's just a matter of installing a package called npx expo install Expo dev client, and you simply install it and you rebuild it, and you're going to have in your project the same menu as there. And yeah, that's the dev client. Okay, perfect. Now that we have a dev client, we can use any library, and we needed that to be able to use the audio player. And the audio player is here. Well, we have a player. If I go ahead under the play button and say, hey, yeah, let's do it here on press. If I call player dot play and open the player and press this play button, yeah, let's do it here on press. I have the sound coming from somewhere. I don't know where, but let me double check. Yeah, I think it's from here. So does it work? I did something with my screen. 1 second. So I don't see it working, but let me see why. If I go into the player and press play,
the new year by Madison
actually it works.
Read for LibriVox.org.
So as simple as defining the player using the use audio player, giving it either a URI or a local file source, and then we can call player.play. And to see what's the status of our player, like if it's playing, if it's buffering, if it's loading, and so on, there is another hook that we can get the player status. Use player status. Use audio player status. To this hook, we're gonna give a player. The hook is also coming from Expo Audio. And here is going to be the player status. Well, why do we need that? Because without a player status, this player is not going to re-render to show the update. This hook, however, is watching and is re-rendering. And with a player status, we can, for example, display different icons here. Let's say that if player status dot is or playing, the name of the icon is going to be pause, otherwise play. If I go to the player and play, we see that it changes here. Same thing is on press. We can check, hey, if player status.playing, let's call player.pause. Otherwise, call player.play. Let's reload. Why is it here? So if I go here, play,
the new year,
pause, and it works. So we are interacting with the player by calling functions such as player pause, player play, and we get back information about what's happening from the player using the use player status. In the use player status, I think we can do console log player status. Maybe I will do it as json.stringify so that we can see what more data do we have. We have is loaded, we have is buffering. That's important because when we work with audio, large audio files like audiobooks, is buffering. It can buffer a lot because buffering means loading like the next chunks. playback current time and what? Duration. So duration is how long is this player. The current time is how long has it played. Based on this, we can calculate the progress for this bar. So the progress here, the playback bar, the value is going to be, it should be from 0 to 1, meaning that I'm going to take the player status dot position. The current position, I'm going to current time, I'm going to divide it by status dot duration. So if I play,
Madison Kawine, read for LibriVox.org by Annie Ryder.
you're going to see how it moves as we are moving along the playback. With some animations, you can make it way more smoother. Maybe I'm going to add it here so that we can do it as an idea. Maybe we can do it at the end in the extended tutorial for our Not Just Club. Animations. Yeah, that would be cool. But at least now, like, it's working nicely. I think to the playback bar, we can actually give there both the current time. Let's give it as player status.current time. And let's give that duration. And I don't think we need the value because we can calculate it based on this. Now in the playback bar, I'm going to say current time and duration. These are two numbers in our props. I will define the type for these props, which is going to have current time as number and duration as number. I'm going to use this property type here. And based on them, I can calculate the progress. But what I also want to do is maybe show below, below the whole bar. Maybe where I'm going to show it. Maybe here I will add another view. I want to add the timings. Here, another view below that one with a text, current time and duration. I need to import text from React Native. I don't know what's going on here with the format time. I think I kind of understand, but I have to implement it. And this is what AI is suggesting me. Time is a number of seconds. I think we saw there like 100. I'm going to simply extract the minutes from there and the seconds and transform it to this. Now if I go here, yeah, it's better with some gap 4. It's going to be even better. Background slate. What's going on here with a background slate? I don't need this background gray actually at the safe area view. That's why I was not seeing the background of my progress bar. Now what I did is, now I see that this file is 1 minute 40 seconds long, and I can check that by going to the first book from our dummy books. And if I open that audio file in the browser, I'm going to see that, yeah, indeed it's 1 minute 40 seconds. And as it moves,
The New Year by Madison Kawine.
we see that how these texts are also moving, changing like the time, the current time and the duration. I'll do it a gray because it's not that important, and it will look way better. Nice. Perfect. What's going on? Let me go ahead and do git add, git commit, play audio. Perfect. Let me see if I can also implement this feature of going to a specific point. Like that's called seeking to a specific point. For example, I think I can have like handle seek to, and this is going to be like to a duration. And I can probably do player dot set current time duration. No, let me see what player has. Set playback rate, seek to, and I'm going to seek to number of seconds. Let's call it seconds, not duration. Well, I didn't do anything except this one, so probably I don't even need a separate function. I have to simply call this one, so I'll remove a function. And I will send it to the playback bar, because it's going to be the playback bar where we can press on different items so that we navigate. So let's do on seek when we call that function, it's going to get number of seconds. Like this, I'm going to call player dot seek to the seconds. Let's go in the playback bar and say that, hey, where is the on seek to the seconds? Let's get these functions here. And when we play somewhere here, we're going to need that as, this is the bar, right? This bar will become pressable. A pressable is a component that we can press. Pressable React Native. On press. Let's call on handle seek, and let's implement this function here. I'll not confuse you with this one. Let's just call seek on seek to, let's say, 12 seconds. Or maybe 120 seconds. No, that's too much. 45 seconds. So if I come here and press on any of this item, we're going to see that it moved it there. If I change it to 15 and press anywhere, it's going to move to the 15 seconds. But how do we know where is it going to where to move it? Let's see what's going to be the event that we are going to receive back when this pressable is going to be called. Console log event. So if I press somewhere, I will have to go back into the player and say that, hey, I will remove or comment out this player status logs because it's a lot there. And if I console log here, what we see is a lot of data. And we see some information about, yeah, like the the press event. Can I type it properly? I think it's gesture responder. Gesture responder event imported from React Native. Console log event dot is it target? And let's do JSON.stringified as well. So if I clear and then press somewhere here, no, it doesn't want to stringify because the event.target dot state. What state? Maybe state is what I'm interested in. No. Or maybe native event location X. I need X, right? From left to right. If I press right at the beginning, that's almost 0. If I press all the way till the end, that's 345. So with this event, native event location X, we can get where did we press on this row in terms of pixels. But we do not know, like, the length of this bar can be different depending on the screen size. For that reason, we need to first get the size of this pressable event, and then we're going to be able to understand the percentage value. Using an onLayout event, we can know the layout width when this pressable is rendered, the actual width. So if I look here, if I go to here, we see that the width of that one is 374. And if I press somewhere at the end, we see that it's almost 370. So we understand that it's the correct sizes. That means that we have to store, to have access to this width, we have to store it at the top, saying that in a state variable, width, set width, use state imported from React. And on layout, I'm going to do, instead of console log, I'm going to call set width. Now, knowing the width of that one and knowing where, at what point the user clicked, I can do the const percentage is equal to press X divided by width. So I know a value from 0 to 1 that will represent percentage-wise at what point we should seek. The problem is that the seek expects seconds, and what we need to do is seek to seconds is going to be the duration of a whole track multiplied by this percentage. And if I call this one here, and if I go here, whatever I press, it should go there.
Thy torcho here, see what death charity, vice in whose dungeon virtue but black.
We still do not have like dragging. Maybe that is also going to be something that we can look into in the extended tutorial for Notjust Club. Gesture seeking. But at least we have the possibility to click and seek there. we need to actually target exactly precisely that that location if you want to have a little bit of to increase, because if I do that a little bit below, it doesn't work. However, a pressable also has hit slope. If I do hit slope 10, then it's going to add 10 pixels to where it's going to detect the hits. So if I do it here, it's going to work. If I do here maybe even 20 and I click a little bit below, it still works. The only problem is that we saw that sometimes we can even get into the negative values. I'm not sure how that is going to be handled. But these 2 seconds, maybe we can do, hey, let's do it like this. Math.maximum value is going to be this one, or 0, meaning that if this one is less than 0, we're going to keep it at 0. And I'm going to wrap it again into math.min to add a boundary at the top saying that, hey, it's either this value, but if it's more than that whole duration, just simply put it at the duration and that's it. So now if I go over, it's going to simply put it at the duration and that's it. So this is a little bit of adding this maximum and minimum. Perfect. That was git add, git commit, player change position, which is called seek2. Perfect. Oh, I see Omran is recommending the expanding the hit slope of pressable. Yeah, thank you very much for suggesting that. We did that here, hit slope. Should be event.native event. Yeah, thank you very much for that as well. I got it here by trial and error. That's how you go there. Like you console log and you try to see like what you're working with. Which is the theme you are using? Actually, I'm using this theme, which probably you already cannot use because it was taken down from the marketplace of VS Code. The theme that I'm using, if I go into extension, was material. How is it called? Material theme, probably this one. The thing is that it was taken down from VS Code, Visual Studio Code, and it's working because I'm using cursor, and cursor seems to still be working. I don't know. But my Visual Studio Code right now looks very bad because I was using this theme and now like it's back to the default. So. Okay. What do we do next? Abhishake on Twitch is asking, is Cursor fork from VS Code? Yes, Cursor is a fork of VS Code. That's why you might not even realize that it's not VS Code, but it's actually not VS Code. It's a fork of VS Code, very similar to it, but it has like this kind of AI tools. It has these AI tools here, which in my day-to-day job, like I use a lot, but in the tutorial, I'm trying to use it as little as possible. To make sure that the tutorial, like I explain what we do. Okie dokie.
The new year.
Okay, I think that's going to be actually the next step because we still have to get to the backend to Supabase. But before we do that, let's go ahead and work on another type of player. And the thing is that now if I play and go back, it's going to stop because the player the audio player is inside the player screen, this audio player. And when I go back, it is being unmounted. So that's why the audio stops. In a lot of audio applications, there is this mini player that is rendered somewhere in the application, either at the top, at the bottom, near the tab navigation, and so on. And this is a way for us to keep seeing like what's being played, keep hearing it, being able to interact with it. So let's go ahead and build this floating audio player, because it's interesting, not only from the user experience perspective, but also from how we're going to share different players in different places and so on. So it's going to be a fun experience. So let's go ahead and do it together. First, I want to start with designing the UI of it. As you can see, it's super similar to an item in the list. So for that reason, let's go ahead in the components and duplicate a book list item. Let's duplicate it and call it floating player.tsx. This floating player, let's call it floating player, the props as well, floating player props. Not sure if we're going to send a book to it, to be honest. I think we're not going to send a book, and we're not going to have props. It's going to know where to take it from. For now, let's simply do import dummy books and say that book is going to be the first book from that list. Now let's try to render it somewhere. Where can we render it? That's a good point. We can render it maybe in the protected tabs index in this home screen. Somewhere here, like around this flat list. I'll just show you, don't do it. We can render it here, floating player, and it's going to be there at the bottom. That looks good, but if I move to another page, it disappears. So we have to remember to render this floating player in every screen where we want it to be rendered. I'll show you, that's fine, like I mean, in a lot of cases that's going to be fine, but I'll show you one thing that you might not know, but there is a way that we can attach it to actually the bottom tabs. To do that, I'm going to go into the layout from the tabs folder that is rendering these tabs. These tabs, remember I was saying that it's coming from React Navigation, and React Navigation has a possibility to override the tab bar with any custom component. So you can have here a text saying hello. And I will do here class name text free XL just for us to see it. Text white. I don't know where it is, but come on. Yeah, I don't know where it is, but I think it should be just below there. Padding. It's not important, like I don't know why I got into that. Oh, text not wrap but white. So it was there, it was just not visible. So as you can see, there is a way that we can override completely what we render here. The thing is that we don't actually want to override everything. We want to simply adjust it a little bit. Well, there is a way to render the tab. Is it bottom tab bar? From, I think it's React Navigation, bottom tabs. And if I go ahead and render this one here and close it, it needs some properties. But if I take the properties from here and simply send all of them to the bottom tab bars, we see that we get the bottom tab bars as it was working before. But the benefit is now that we can render something else around these bottom tab bars. For example, I'll put the bottom tab bars in this empty component, and at the top of it, I'm going to render the floating player. And as you can see, the floating player now is rendered above there. I'll go ahead and say floating player background gray 600 or 500, just for you to see it, or maybe even red. So as you can see, the floating player is displayed right above the bottom tab. If I go to the discovery, it's also there. If I go here, it's also here. So as long as the bottom tab bar is visible, the floating player is also going to be right there at the top. And don't worry about this warning, like it shouldn't happen. Like this is a valid component called a fragment where we do not need an extra like view or something like that. Now let's go ahead back in the floating player and work a little bit here. I think I will need some padding. Maybe it's padding too. I don't need the background color. Maybe a background color red or gray or slate, just for it to be visible. 900, like even a darker 950. I don't know actually, but yeah, I think that should be good. And the good thing is that the page itself is going to adjust the size, so it's going to be visible like this is going to be the end of the page. Perfect. Text color. Oh yeah, thank you. The problem that I had before. This floating player should also play audio. It's very similar to how we did it in the player screen. Having a book, we have to load the player and interact with it. Well, we can do that in the floating player here, no problem. And in this play button, we can say on press, let's do player.play. And we can do the same with status, const player status, and the name of the icon is going to depend on the player status is playing. Is playing? No, I think it's playing. So it's either pause or play. And the function that we call is also going to depend from this one. Player. So if it's already player, we're going to call pause, otherwise play. So if I play,
The new year.
it still works. The only problem is that if we play here
By Madison Kowine. Read for LibriVox.org.
and come to the player, this one,
Lift up thy torch, O year, and let us.
we see that these are two different players playing two different audios. That's a problem. Like what we want to actually do is we want to have the same player both playing the same audio both here and here. So basically, we want to share this player between different places in our application because it's playing the same audio. So I can start here, I can go back, and I want this one to be playing, so I can pause from here. Can interact it from different places in my application. Well, Let me first do a git add, git commit, floating player design. And in order to have this possibility to share the player between different screens, we need a React context provider. A context provider is a component that helps us share data between different parts of a components without us having to send it through props back and forth. To create one, I'm going to go into that source. I'm going to create a folder called providers. Let's create a player provider.tsx. We're going to first create a context using the create context function imported from React. So let's import create context from React. We need to define here a type. So let's do type player context. It suggests us player and the player status like this. I don't think I will want to export player status. I will just want player. If I have time, I'm going to explain. It's about performance. I think it's going to be better if we just export player and we get the status only where we need it. Because yeah, that's going to be way better for performance. Now this player is going to be either a player context type or undefined, and initially is going to be undefined. Create context. What's going on? Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to export a function that is going to render this player context provider. Let's call this player provider. Usually, it will receive children, and we can type it with props with children. In the return, like what we want to render this player context dot provider. This is how we export values. That's why in the provider, we have to send here the value with the actual fields or the actual values that we want to export. It says that we want to export the player. Well, let's go ahead and create the player inside our player provider. Again, by using dummy books. Where is it? Import dummy books and import audio player. Import use audio player. Now that we have defined and created the player here, we can export it from the value object like this. It's important that inside the player context provider, we render the children. That's because we have to render this at our app layout level, such as similar to how we have theme provider, Clerk provider, but in our case, this is a custom provider called player provider. Let's wrap it inside the Clerk provider, but it should put the slot inside this player provider. Now everything, meaning all our screens, are going to have access to this player provider. Back in the player provider, I usually also like to export one extra constant or a custom hook called use player. Use player, yeah, maybe use player. And this hook is going to be a simple shortcut to use context, player context. Use context is a hook imported from React. So this is like a simple context provider. If it looks confusing, yeah, it's a lot of boilerplate. If you're interested in learning more about context providers and the fundamentals of React Native, I highly encourage you to check out React Native Mastery, where I have time and where I go in depth into all of these topics. right, this is a project-based course to master React Native development. It's based on different projects, but I specifically target different topics of app development in them. So for example, right from here in the quiz app, I go in depth into contexts. So I explain like why and how to implement properly these contexts. Now I don't have a lot of time to stop and explain every single detail. But if you're interested, you can check out React Native Mastery. There is also a link in the description of the video. Now I can take this use player back here and get access to the same player value in both our floating player. So no longer are we going to take it from here. I'm going to simply take it from use player hook, import it from our player provider. Well, it says that it can be undefined, but I'm pretty sure like it's not undefined. So for a second, I'm going to just ignore it. And I have to do the same in the protected player screen. So instead of creating a player, I'm going to get access to it from the provider. Now, if I reload and open the clone, book doesn't exist. Book doesn't exist in the floating player. Yeah, I think I still need the book. And now if I play the audio from here and go on the player, we see that it's still playing. I can pause here. If I go back, it's still paused. Or I can play here and go back and pause from here. So as you can see, both of these players, even though are different places in our application, we are using the same player object, the same data, so we can interact with it from different places. And I see HA developer predicted this. Are we going to extract the player to a context layer? Yes, we did that just now. Okay, so we have it working at a concept layer. Now the next step is going to be to think about like proper data and what else we need, like not with hard coding the first book or selecting different books and so on. Engineer is saying, if you do another stream, I'll start making with you. You can always start. The videos that we do, the tutorials, even if we do them live, they stay on the channel, so you can rewatch them at your own pace. And I highly encourage you to do that. Perfect. So yeah, the player, we do not need them at this layer. We have it at the player provider. Another thing is the book. The book is also something that is going to be at the player provider because we are playing a book, right? Or how should we handle it? Well, one way would be to have here a state saying that this is the book that we are currently playing. Use state dummy books. This state we import from React. This way, we also share what is the currently selected book that we are playing. Now, we have to export the book and the set book from our provider. And even though, like, yeah, we do not have here yet proper types, let's do book any, set book any as well. Now what we can do is from the floating player, we are going to also get not only the player, but also the book from here. So this way we are sharing the book information as well. And in the player screen, where is it? Player screen as well, not only the player, but the book as well. Yeah, I don't think we need in the player screen the set book, we just need the book itself. So if we go to the player screen, it still works. And the good thing is that it's shared. And if we change a little bit how we implement this selection, because if I press on one of these items from the list, I want to simply set it in our player provider, basically set it active here in the player. So in the book list item that renders one of these books here, instead of having a link here, I will get the set book function from use player, and I will not have a link at all. I'm not gonna redirect. I'm going to implement this on pressable on press. I'm going to say when we press on this row, I'll do set book with book. There are some crashes, I don't know from where. But now if I press on one of these, we see that it changes the actual book that we load. And if I play,
Chapter 3 of The Lost Warship by Ra.
We see that the data is not only here, in the floating player we left that when we press on the floating player, we are redirecting to the full screen player. So we see that if we select one of these books, it updates here. If I press, we come here, it updates here. It's a different file. It's
Buffalo Bill, Peacemaker, by Prentice.
what's going to happen if I change now? It simply changes the file and it doesn't play automatically, but that's good.
Chapter 5. Chapter 1. Chapter 4.
Amazing. Now we have this shared data about the currently selected book and the file that it's rendering, it's working with. Now the only thing that I'm thinking about, not sure how to set it, like when it's not going to have any books. In that case, well, what's going on here? This is a recommendation. This is a good recommendation. It's checking if context is not is going to simply throw an error. And I think now when we use this use player, this context is going to be defined. So it should, in the floating player, the use player has proper, this is much better. So it was a simple, like we take the context with use context and we check if it's not, we're going to throw an error because use player must be inside a player provider. If it's not going to have access to it. Perfect. I was saying, like, what do we do with, initially when we open the app, we don't want to load the first book. And use audio player, if we do not send anything here in the URI, what's going to happen? Will it throw an error? Well, cannot read property thumbnail URL. I think that's coming from the floating player, because if there is no book, we don't have a floating player. We should return null. That's easy. I don't need the set book in the floating player. But if I press on one of these books, it appears in the floating player. I just want to check what's going on. Nothing, I think. We are loading undefined and the player simply cannot play, but we are not doing that. Like we first click on something and only when we play.
Chapter 3.
Buffalo Bill.
Yeah, this Pride and Prejudice is a very, yeah, like we solve this issue. Like we simply say null initially, we hide the floating player if there is no selected book, and everything is working perfectly fine. I wanted to show another thing, maybe in the floating player. There is player status, and there is a time when the player is buffering. So what I can do is I can check here, hey, if player status dot is buffering, show here, I don't know, USB. I will check something else later, but for now, like I will say it like this. If I reload my application, is this one here from this player bag? So if I select this one and do play,
Buffalo Bill. Peacemaker.
I mean initially it was the USB because it was buffering, and after it was buffering, it's the play button. Let me see if I can find like a proper end design. In the filter, I'm going to do I think it's this one. It's downloading or you'd probably put something else. I'll keep it simple and I will say loading too. It's not an animation, it's not perfect, but it does its job. Like it shows if it's buffering that, hey, there is something going on there. So if I press this one, it's showing that it's loading, and only then it shows full, and I can play.
Buffalo.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and do a git status, git add, git commit, shared player, and floating player. Shared player and floating player. Yeah, maybe not the best message, but I get the point. All right, guys. So I think it's we have a very solid application right now that which we can look for different books. We can play them. We have a nice player. We have shared players and so on. We have authentication. I think now what it's time to do is to add the backend. In a normal situation, you're not going to have a books as dummy data like this. Even though for a starting point like this is perfectly fine, I think if you have a very specific application where you can share, like, I don't know, your podcasts, you can have a file like this. You can send them with OTA, like without having to update the application and so on. It's possible, but application like Audible has millions of books, and they should be stored somewhere in a database. For that, we're going to use Supabase. Supabase to use Postgres database and also the storage from Postgres. So let's go ahead and go to the dashboard. You can create an account and you have, I think, 2 projects for free. Let's go ahead and do a new project and let's call it Audible clone. Go ahead and generate a strong password, copy it, and create the new project. What we need to do now is to install the JavaScript library of Supabase. So back in our project, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say clear npm install Supabase /Supabase.js. In that .env file, we're going to have to set up two things for the Supabase. One of them is going to be Expo public Supabase URL, and another one is going to be Expo public Supabase anon key. Anon stands for anonymous key. We're gonna get them in a second after our Supabase project finishes setting up. I see that it finished. We can go into the project status under data API. You're going to see here at the top URL. Copy this one. This is the API URL. The next one is the API keys. We see first anon, which is a public key, and copy this one and add it here. This anonymous or public key is safe to use in client-side applications. The secret key or the service role is not okay to use in the public, because this one will bypass any security and will have access to everything. Perfect. Now we have I wanted to show you how to fetch this data, but the problem is that we do not have any tables yet. If I go to Supabase under table editor, we see that we do not have any tables. We can create tables visually through this approach, or we can go ahead and also create them by running some SQL, because Supabase is a layer on top of Postgres. So everything that you can do with Postgres, you can do with Supabase. Go into the guide, and under the Supabase, we're going to see two SQL queries. One of them is books table SQL, and this is going to be a simple SQL that will create the table books with ID, title, offer, and so on. Let's copy this one, go to our Supabase SQL editor, paste this SQL here, and do run. We should see a tick here and a success message here. In the table editors, you're going to see the books table. Let's go back here, and I want to add some data there. Adding data to a new table is called seeding. It's helpful for developing because we have some data to work with. So this is the seed SQL. Let's copy it. Let's go back to the SQL editor, delete this one from here, and paste the seed. Seed is basically adding data to database. Let's do run, success, and if I go to table editor, check books, and do refresh, we see 10 items or 10 books here. Perfect. Now it is time to see how we can query this data in our application. For that, we need to create the Supabase client. The Supabase client, I'm going to create it in the source. I'm going to create a new folder, lib, where I'm going to have configurations for libraries. And let's do here supabase.ts. Let's go ahead and say, hey, I want to export here the Supabase by creating the client. And this create client comes from create client from Supabase.js. The create client needs a couple of things. It needs the two things actually. the Supabase URL and the Supabase anonymous key, which we import from the environment variables with these names. So make sure this Expo public Supabase URL is the same as this one from here, and anon key as well. Now in the create client, we can do Supabase URL, Supabase anon key, and in React Native, we can also send here some configuration, especially for authentication. And the configuration here that we need is auto refresh token true, persist session true, detect session in URL false. Actually, maybe we don't even need this one, you know? Let's see, maybe we don't need it. I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to say like, because most probably we don't need it, because we are using, we're not going to use the Supabase Auth, we're using Clerk authentication. We're going to connect Supabase with Clerk in a second. Now that we have a Supabase client, we can import and try to send some requests. Let's go ahead in application, protected, tabs. Let's go into the discover. And in the discover, I'm going to say, hey, const, I don't know, fetch books is equal to an async function that is going to fetch the books from Supabase. For that, we have to import Supabase from our lib/Supabase. Now, using Supabase.from, we are targeting a table. So the table name is books. So let's say Supabase from books. Please select everything. I mean, all the columns. This is columns, not rows. So all the fields, and give me as data, or if there was an error, give me as error. Let's go ahead and do console log data. And what we want to do is using a use effect, trigger this fetch books. Let's also do a console log error. Supabase URL is required. Supabase URL. Is there a problem with Supabase, or we need to restart the server? Supabase URL. I think we simply need to stop the server and restart it so that the environment variable takes is loading the new environment. Now, what do we see? If I go to the discover here, null, this is actually the second console log. This is the error, and the error is null, but the data has the data about all of those books. And I can show you by doing json.stringify, and you're going to see that it's actually an array of all the books from our database. So it's that simple to fetch data from Supabase. What I'm going to do next, with trying not to get into a lot of details, is I'm going to show you how to use Tanstack query to manage this request, to manage this fetching. Because right now we have a use effect, we have a function, we're going to have to add a state where we're going to store this, and then errors, loadings, and so on. So it's quite hard to manage this fetching remote data yourself without using a library like Tanstack query. So here in the querying data, let's go ahead and open Tanstack query. And in the docs of the Tanstack query, let's start by installing Tanstack/React query. I'm going to go at the bottom here. Let's do Tanstack React query. And in the quick start, you're going to see how to get started, but let me show you. Well, we need to wrap the query provider, and we're going to do that at app layout layer. First, we actually need to create the query client using new query client imported from query client from task query. This query client is where is going to cache all the requests, all the data that we fetch from the server. Having this query client, we're going to use a query client provider to wrap it around our application. Now let's think, where do we need it? Do we need it inside the Clerk provider, inside the player provider? Probably not inside the player provider. I think Clerk provider should still be at the top. Or maybe, actually, no, it doesn't matter. We can do it here. So we're going to render the query client provider above the Clerk and give it the query client. Now that we have this configuration, we can go back into the Discover and we can run a query by simply importing use query hook from task query. And we say, hey, const use query. Come on. This is a hook and it has two important options. One of them is the query key. And this is an array that with things that will identify this query. Let's call it books. The second one is query function, which can be simply fetch books like this. In fact, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it in line here, saying that the query function will simply do Supabase from books select, and that's it. Now this use query will get the data, and the data is going to be whatever this query function returns. That's why I don't need this one anymore. So if I do console log JSON data, we are going to see, and I go here, we're going to see the same items. The only problem is that this data has data and error, which is things that are coming from Supabase. So in a lot of cases, I write separate functions here. Now I'm going to not do it, and I'm going to simply access data like this. And it's going to only contain information about the books. And for Supabase, I'm going to also say something. Task query will return us an error if the query function throws an error. Supabase does not throw an error when something bad happens. It simply returns it. But with throw an error, we can tell Supabase, hey, if you encounter an error, just throw it, and task query is going to receive it and give it to us here. We're also going to get the is loading. So just like that, we have here from a lot of functions and code to a simple like 3-line, and we have both loading state, error management, and so on. So we can do if it's loading. We can return an activity indicator. Activity indicator is simply like a spinner. If error, we can return a text saying error message. Otherwise, we're going to return this discover text. So if I go to the discover, we see a loading indicator for a bit. Then we're going to go into this discover. And in the discover, I think we can do something similar to how we did it in the index with a flat list of books. Instead of this view, let's render a flat list of books. Flat list should be imported from React Native. Flat list. And the books is going to be data.data. Data.data, or it's going to be, let's do or empty array. So if I go to the search, book list item doesn't exist. Well, I need to import book list item at the top. And if I go to discover, we see these items, but they are coming already from the database. And I will prove it to you if I go to the database and change here Frankenstein to Frank. And if I come here and reload the application to load this data again, and if I go to discover, I'll see Frank here, not Frankenstein. So now this discovered data is not coming from dummy data, it's loading, it's fetching from Supabase, which is our remote backend that has our database. So that was a simple query. I can go ahead and do git add, git commit, query Supabase using done stack query. And the next step I want to do is actually I want to show how we can protect our API. Because at the moment we see that our database has RLS disabled, and we see that this warning here. RLS stands for rule level security, and this is the main way how we can secure data in a Postgres database. What we need to do is we need to enable them, because at the moment anyone is allowed to read any data. For some cases that's okay, but if you have tables and data that is personal for one user and you want to protect it, you have to enable this RLS. With RLS, if I enable it, if I go back to my application and reload, and if I go to discover, because in the discover I have this table, we see that we do not get any items. At the same time, you're not gonna see any errors. The thing is that by default, if we have RLS enabled, but we didn't write any policies, users are not going to have access to any data. If we go into the RLS policy, you can create a policy that will say select, like if you select the first template here, it basically says enable read access for all users. If I do save policy and come back, it's going to allow all users to read, basically going back. So if I go to discover, I still see access here. However, what if we want only authenticated users to read this data? I can go back from books to auth policy, and in this select policy, I will go into the edit. What if I want to only allow a role called authenticated to read items? And let's also update the name. Enable authenticated or enable read for authenticated users. If I do save policy, if I go back and reload, I need to reload again. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Yeah. And if I go to where? To discover, I still don't have any items, even though I'm authenticated. Well, I'm authenticated with Clerk. Supabase doesn't yet know that I'm authenticated. The good news is that Clerk with Supabase recently, I think 1 week ago, they announced official integration between Clerk and Supabase, because this is such a common use case to work with database and storage from Supabase and use Clerk for authentication. They decided to team up and build this automatic integration that makes it super easy to do this. What you have to do is under the video, open the description and open this Clerk Supabase integration. This is going to explain how we can do this simple integration. Let me give it to you here. And what we have to do is follow a couple of very simple steps. First step is to set up Clerk as a Supabase third-party auth provider. For that, in the Clerk dashboard, you can follow this link, but I'm going to show you, if you do not have access to this link, I think it's very good to know how to navigate a dashboard. So I'm going to go into our project on Clerk. Under Configure, I'm going to go under Integrations. We're going to see the Supabase integration here. We can enable it. That's it. Now Clerk is ready to integrate with Supabase. The next step is to tell Supabase that, hey, this is my Clerk account, and use it for the authentication. To do that, we need to go under Developers, Domains. And this is going to be, where is it? Yeah, this at the top is the domain for our application on Clerk. Let's copy it and let's go with it under Supabase dashboard. Under Authentication, where is it? I forgot. Under Sign in and Sign up. Yeah, under Authentication, Sign in and Sign up. Go to third-party authentication. Let's click Add Provider. Let's use Clerk here. Let's paste the domain that we just copied from Clerk. Let's press Create Connection. And we actually need to do HTTPS / to make it a URL. Let's do Create Connection. That's it. Now Supabase can request JWT tokens and integrate with Clerk authentication. There is only one small step from our application. When we do request to Supabase, we need to send the token of the user. So back in this documentation, we have done this part. We're going to do that in a second. What we need to do is, when we do create client for Supabase, we need to give the access token from the session.getToken session from Clerk. So let's do it together. In our library in Supabase, where we have create client, we need access to the session. That means that it's already not going to be a simple variable here. We're going to create here a hook called use Supabase. We need a hook because we need to access our hook data, our data from Clerk, for example. And what we need to do is say, hey, return create. We can return the same create client as we did here. Now I'm going to comment this out all together, or maybe even delete it, and check where I use the Supabase, probably in the Discover, Protected tabs, Discover. Instead of importing Supabase, we're going to import use Supabase hook, and inside our Discover function, we're going to say, hey, where is it? We're going to say, hey, Supabase is going to be use Supabase here like this. Now we still have access to the Supabase, but it's through a hook. And in this use Supabase hook, we can go ahead and take the information from the session, such as use auth. And in the use auth, I think we have a function get token. This get token, we'll fetch the token from Clerk, so we can send it here to the to Supabase as get of token async. Let me just double check if it's get of token or access token. It's access token. It's an async function that will call get token. If that doesn't work, we're going to simply say null. That's it. Basically, we connected the token from Clerk to the Supabase client. Now when we do request to Supabase, we're going to send the token. And because we connected Clerk with Supabase, Supabase will get this token and will ask Clerk, is this a proper user? And Clerk will say, yes, this is a good user. And that's how this is going to work. Now, if I will reload and go to discover, we have access even when our table books has an off policy to enable only access to authenticated users. So if we see items here, that's a good sign, because that means that that Supabase gave us access, which means that it understood that we are authenticated with Clerk. And that's it. That's how simple it is to connect Clerk with Supabase. Let's go ahead and do git add, git commit, connect Clerk with Supabase. Why you don't use Supabase Auth? There is also a possibility to use the authentication that is coming from Supabase, but I feel that with a tool that was a service that was specifically designed and implemented for authentication, you get more out of a box. And with Clerk, there are so much more features that you get out of a box. And if you're going to target web as well, Clerk comes with pre-built components, which saves a lot of time. So yeah, that's one of the reasons. And it allows you to move like the backend, like maybe you can use Supabase, maybe you can use like a notjust, maybe you can use like some cloud functions that you can host like, I don't know, some Lambda services. And Clerk, like you separate the concerns of authentication and the database. Okay. How are we on time? Perfect. What I wanted to do is I wanted to show, like, also on this connection on row level security, maybe it will make sense to create my library also on the database layer, because at the moment this is coming from dummy data. And I think that in my library we're going to add books from the discover. So in the discover we have all the books, and then you either like add it to your library or you buy it. But basically the library is a subset, like it's a small set of books. That means that we're going to have in the table editor to create a new table saying user books. Books owned by user in his library. Again, this can be by either buying, we're going to simply add a button, add to library. We're going to enable row level security because only users can allow to add books to their library. And in the columns, we're going to have here a user ID, which is going to be text. And this is going to be like the token, the sub of a user. And then we're going to have a book ID that is going to link, so I'm going to press on this link towards the books table with the ID. So it's going to link to that table. There is also a possibility like not to have an ID here, but use the combination of user ID and book ID as the unique key for this table, and that is going to have a benefit of enforcing only one book per user. I mean, a user can add to his library the same book only once. If he will try to add it again, it's going to violate the key. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to say this. Can I do that as a primary key? Foreign keys. Yeah, this I'm going to select as primary and book ID as primary. So the primary key is a combination of user ID and book ID. Created at. Maybe it's going to have like, we're going to save at this table like the position where the user is reading it. I don't know. Listening or position, yeah, position. Position, I mean listening position, and it can be a number or an int for seconds, right? Something like that. Let's go ahead and do save. And as I was saying, by default, nobody is going to allow to do anything. So we're going to have to add some RLS policies by clicking on this button. And let's go ahead and do create a policy. Let's add a policy for inserting only to authenticated users. So insert authenticated, and here is true. Let's do save policy. And I'm going to create one more for reading, like selecting only to authenticated users. Let's do true, and I'm going to update it a bit later. Let's do save policy. Now, I think I'm going to, in the components, duplicate again the book list item, because one is like in the library with different icons and one is the discovery. So let's duplicate it, and I will call it discovery book list item. Let's also call it here discovery. This is a book that it hasn't been added to my library yet, and we can press on it to add it to the library. So I'm going to say that it doesn't have a use player set book. It's not going to do that. Not sure if we're going to need this pressable, but the thing is that this icon is going to be maybe a plus or something like that. Now in our application protected tabs discover, I'm going to use not a book list item, but a discovery book list item. Make sure to import it as well from there. So in the library, we have a play icon. In discovery, we have a plus icon. Cool. What I will do next is say that, hey, when I press on this plus icon, I want to add it to my library. So back in our book list item, no, discovery book list item, what I want to do is I want to insert an item in our table. For that, we're going to need Supabase using the use Supabase hook. Use Supabase. We're also going to need a query, but not a query, but a mutation. Whenever we are changing something like adding, updating, deleting, we are not querying data, we are mutating it. To do that, we're going to call use mutation. A mutation has a mutation function that is going to be called whenever we trigger a function called mutate here. Mutation function. What's up with mutation function? Well, mutation function should be supabase.insert or from. The table is called user-books. Is that how we called it? Table editor, users-books. we want to do insert, and we're going to insert a new item that needs user underscore ID as a string. It needs book underscore ID as a string, and it will need the what? Position as 0, like it's just started. We're also going to do throw on error, so it's going to throw an error if something happens. And we're going to make this function async to make TypeScript happy. Now, before we trigger this mutation, where are we going to get the user ID? I mean, where do we get the book ID? Well, it's simple. We have it in the props. So it's going to be book.id. But the user ID is something that we can get from a hook called user imported from Clerk. So Clerk has user, and that's how we can get access to the user. And now in the user ID, we can say user dot, I think ID. If I do that and go into the discover and press plus on one of these items, nothing happens because we didn't call mutate. If I go back into the end design plus and say on press mutate, or let's do on press mutate call like this, and do plus now, nothing shows here. Hopefully it worked. We can go back in the user books, refresh, and if everything is working successfully, we should see a new item added here. We see that the user ID is user, and if you check it in the Clerk dashboard under users, you're going to see that it's this user here. User ID, it's exactly this one. It also has like the book ID, and it has the position 0, meaning that this is a book in our library. And I will add maybe something more like good to great. This is going to be another book here. If I try to add it again, good to great, I hope not to see it here because it violates the primary key of user and book. It's the same user and the same book. That means that it's already there and it's not going to add it again. Perfect. That's how we mutate. The next step is to go ahead in the library, load the data from Supabase. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the protected tabs index, and instead of getting these books from dummy books, I want to fetch them from Supabase. So using use query, we need to give a query key, and the query key here, you might think that it should be books, but that will conflict with the books from Discover. While in the library, it's maybe my books. That would be okay. And the query function is going to be a sync function that will call Supabase. Well, first we need to get Supabase. So Supabase dot from, we're going to look at user books, and let's do select all, and I will do throw an error. This is going to select all the rows from the user books with all the columns. If I'm going to look, oh, it added that is loading, it will do activity indicator. If it's error, it's going to show a text. But we can go here. And otherwise, let's go ahead and do console log JSON.stringify data, and we're going to check what data do we see. Well, the data is an object that has data. So again, Remember, that should be data then dot data. If we look now, we see that it's an object with user books with the user ID and book ID. Well, that's good, but in this case, we actually need information about books. You might think that you need to do one extra query, but with Supabase, fetching relational data, such as, hey, for this book ID, go ahead and fetch that exact details of a book with that ID. We can do that with one simple, with the same query. In the select, we say what fields do we want to return. Well, this is specifying all fields from the user books table. But if I say also all the fields from the books table, because there is a relationship between them, it's going to be able to get that. And it's going to have an object, and that object, which is a user book, has information about book named books. You can rename it by saying book double dots, and it's going to have the name book here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's going to have a book here, not the name of a table books, like plural singular. Perfect. Now what you want to do is either say, hey, this is going to be data.data or an empty array, but you're going to have a problem because the item is not a book itself. The item has a field called book. So the book itself is going to be item.book. Just like that, we have an item book here. If I go to discover and add another one, I'd expect it to appear here right away. It will appear if I reload the application. What's going on here? But I would really like to add it like as soon as I press there. Well, that's where I will show you how we can do invalidations. So if I go to the component discovery book list item where we have this use mutation, that's where we add books to the user books. And to add users there, this mutation has an on success and is going to be called if the mutation function succeeds. If it succeeds, I want to say, hey, invalidate the query from the library because most probably it has a new item. For that, we need access to the query client, and we can get using use query client from task query. And in the on success, I'm going to say, hey, query client, invalidate the queries that has the query key my books. And just like that, if I go here and add, for example, the picture of Dorian Gray, and I come back here, it's automatically here. Because after the successful mutation, we invalidated the query, meaning that that query with that key from the library fetched again. And if I go ahead and play, does it still work?
Chapter 4.
Yes, it still works. And now we are nowhere using the dummy books. I can go ahead and actually comment them out to make sure that that's not happening. If I come here.
Chapter 4.
Perfect.
Of the Lost Warship by Robert Moore Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Before we finish with the library, I actually wanted to show you one thing. The thing is that right now it shows correctly, but imagine that we have another user in our application, and one of these items is going to be a stranger. It's a book, not our book, it's a book for a stranger. If I go back into the application and reload, I wouldn't expect to see the book that is not mine, that is a stranger's book. You might think that, okay, we can do that by filtering out and only keeping if the user ID is equal to ours. Well, that might work, but that's not secure enough. What we can do is actually restrict users to only have access to their books in the user books table. When we run a select, it's going to apply some policies, RLS policy, rule level security, to say return only books that this user has. Let's go ahead in the auth policy, and in the select, I'm going to say edit policy, and we see that right now, the rules are simply, hey, target role authenticated, and in the using, it's extra conditions. If it's true, meaning that no extra conditions are applied. If it's authenticated, that's good, allow it. However, in this integration, in this integration documentation, the syntax, like I always forget it, but it's select, yeah, it's this one. So the user that is doing the request is going to include his header, his token in the request. Now we can do a select of JWT, and from the token, if we access specifically the field with the name sub, which is basically the subject, the ID of a user, and if we compare it with the if it should be equal to user underscore ID, the field of the item in the database. So if I save this policy, maybe you can even rename it, obviously, enable read access to only owned items, for users to his items only. Save policy. Now if I go ahead and reload my application, I should still have access to my items, but I do not have access to the stranger books. And I'm not doing this with a filtering, because if I look into the index, where is my library, I don't have any filters here. I'm still fetching all the items from the user books. The filtering is happening on the row level security layer, and this is the most secure way to do it. And it's very good. And the way it works is, again, your table should have a property, for example, user ID. It can be called something else, but it should contain the identifier of a user. Then you compare the identifier from the header that the user is sending when doing a request with this field. And if it doesn't match, it's not going to return it at all. That's row level security masterclass, basically. Let's go ahead and do git add, git commit -m. That was a lot. What did we do? User library. Git status. Gang is saying adding Clerk will break the whole integrity of Supabase table and relationship structure. It's a patch. I don't think that's right. I just show you that we can keep the same row level securities in Supabase. Maybe you didn't see the official Supabase integration with Clerk. This is a very recent, like previous week, I think, even Supabase Clerk launch week. It was, yeah, not even 1 week ago. And this one. And basically this is a official third-party auth integration that Supabase supports, and it doesn't break anything, completely anything. I still have the same policies. All right, what else do we do here? I think we are at the end. The only thing that we haven't done is the Supabase Storage, but we ran out of time. Adding Supabase Storage and storing like the audio files there and downloading was supposed to be the last thing that we are doing here. However, what I'm going to do is we are going to do it in the extended version. You can follow the documentation to check out how to do it. However, if you're interested in knowing how to do it, we are going to do it in the extended version of a tutorial. What do I mean by that? Where is it? So the extended tutorial is something that I'm doing only for the members of a Notjust club. You can join the Notjust club by simply going to our channel page and there is a button join. And if you join, you're going to have access to all the extended tutorials we are doing here. When it makes sense, when we want to cover more features and more ideas and maybe even help you or answer your questions, we are doing that right after the live stream. You can simply press that button, you're going to join, and you're going to have access to the extended tutorial that I'm doing right now, that I'm going to do like in a second, and also to everything in the past. You're also going to join a Discord community with a special role for the Notjust Club, and yeah, we are doing a lot of other exclusive tutorial for our club. The way it works is that now I'm going to stop this public live stream and I'm going to start a new members only live stream where I'm going to do a couple more features. One of them is going to be the Supabase Storage, and I also plan to do some small animations if we have time. That's the plan, and if you're going to be there, you can suggest your ideas and I'm going to try to cover them as well. Anyway, this is what we have at the moment. I'm very happy with how it turned out. We learned so much today, like so much, from designing, from using NativeWind to design, to using Expo Router, integrating authentication with Clerk, and inside the Expo Router with proper guarding of a screen. Doing the audio player, where is it? In the library. Playing audio with a new library. Integrating a database with Supabase. Fetching this data with Tanstack query. So I think this is using like row level security. In this project, I tried to not take any shortcuts, and this is exactly the tech stack that I would use to build production ready application that I'm using in my production ready applications. Same tech stack that I'm teaching in React Native Mastery. And the tech stack that is really powerful in production, that will help you build production application fast. So if you're interested, check out React Native Mastery on our website. And if you are part of a Notjust club, I'm going to see you in a second. If you join this later, you're going to have access to it. So just simply go on the channel on the members only tab. You're going to see this extended tutorial. And I'll catch with everyone on Discord or in the next week's live streams. Thank you very much for being here with me, guys. Have a nice day, and I'll catch with you later. Bye.